The Senate will come to order. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move a call of the Senate.
A call of the Senate has been moved and properly sustained. Will the sergeants please close the doors, allow no senators to leave, and return all those who are absent?
Bridges. Buckner. Coleman. Cook.
I'm just one more.
Yep. Quorum. Danielson. Donovan. Fenberg. Fields. Gardner. Janal. Gonzalez. Yeah. No, she was not here. Hanson. Heisey. Holbert. Hawkins Lewis. Kirkmeyer. Colker. Lee. Liston. Lundeen. Marino. Patterson. Priola. Rankin. Rodriguez. Scott. Here. Simpson. Smallwood. I have to call him again, right? Yeah. Sonnenberg. Story. Winter. Woodward. Zenzinger. Just start over with those.
Yeah, just with anyone that's here, so Cook.
Okay. Cook. Yeah. Quorum. Fields. Janal. Kirkmeyer. Rankin. rest are here. Do I just wait now? I got Gonzalez, Lundeen.
Riola.
Gonzalez, Lundeen, Smallwood.
So we're gonna do consent first. And then bring up the long.
Smallwood.
Lundeen.
Will the sergeants please get Senator Sonnenberg, Senator Winter, Senator Zenzinger, and Senator Gonzalez?
Put them in the jail cell. Basically. That's where you keep our. Hey, Senator Field.
Sonnenberg. Gonzalez.
There you are.
Mr. Majority Leader. Thank you, Mr. President. I move the call be raised. The motion is to raise the call. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the call is raised. Message from the House.
April 8th, the Health has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Advisory Statutes, House Bill 1235, 1116, 1133, and 1173. The House has passed on third reading and returns here with Senate Bill 145. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Advisory Statutes, House Bill 1236, 1139, 1095, 1084, 1099, 1136, 1006, 1181, 1207, 1224, as amended, printed House Journal, April 7, 2021.
General Order, second reading of bills. Mr. Majority Leader.
Is he doing, are you chairing the count?
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, there was a request to remove Senate Bill 208, Senate Bill 225, and House Bill 1018 from the General Order Second Reading of Bills consent calendar.
The request is that House Bill 1018, Senate Bill 225, and Senate Bill 208 be removed from the General Order Second Reading of Bills consent calendar. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also, I move House Bill 1018 lay over to April 12th.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1018 until 4/12/21 and retain its place on the calendar. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. General Order, second reading of bills. Consent calendar. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself to the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of General Order Second Reading of Bills, consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate resolve itself to the Committee of the Whole for consideration of General Order second reading of bills, consent calendar. Senator Bridges will take the chair.
The committee will come to order, and the court rule is not relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title of all the bills in the General Order Second Reading of Bills consent calendar?
Senate Bill 206 by Senators Moreno and Representative McCluskey concerning the continuous appropriation of money in the Educator License or Cash Fund. Senate Bill 207 by Senators Moreno and Rankin and Representative Herard concerning the transfer of $100 million from the marijuana cash tax fund to the public school capital construction assistance funds and in connection with making an appropriation. Senate Bill 209 by Senator Rankin and Representative McCluskey concerning the transfer to the general fund of the balances from appealed cash funds. Senate Bill 210 by Senators Hansen and Representative Ransom concerning expanding the definition of electronic monitoring services to include remote supports for the home and community-based services waiver for the elderly, blind, and disabled. Senate Bill 212 by Senators Moreno and Representative McCluskey concerning aligning primary care payments with the Colorado Medical Assistance Act to maximize federal funds and in connection therewith identifying anticipated federal funds. Senate Bill 213 by Senators Moreno and Representative McCluskey concerning the increased money received due to the Federal Families vs. Coronavirus Response Act and in connection therewith making and reducing appropriations. Senate Bill 214 by Senators Hansen and Representative McCluskey concerning state payments to licensed hospice facilities for residential care provided to certain persons enrolled in the medical assistance program and in connection with making an appropriation. Senate Bill 216 by Senators Rankin and Representative Herod concerning the Colorado Commission for the Deaf, Hard of Hearing, and Deaf Blind, and in connection therewith providing auxiliary services in rural areas of the state for persons who are deaf, hard of hearing, or deaf blind, and removing the requirement that not-for-profit entity must be a community-based organization to be eligible to apply for the Commissioner for grant money. Senate Bill 217 by Senators Hansen and Rankin and Representative Herod and McCluskey concerning adjusting the contract for a market rate study of provider rates for the Colorado Child Care Assistance Program from annually to every 3 years. Senate Bill 220 by Senators Hansen, Rankin, and Representative Herard concerning the stabilization of revenue in the severance tax operation fund by returning money that was transferred to the Natural Resources and Energy Grant programs. Senate Bill 221 by Senators Hansen and Rankin and Representative McCluskey concerning projects under the Forest Restoration and Wildlife Risk Mitigation Grant Program. Senate Bill 226 by Senator Moreno, Representative McCluskey concerning an increase in the general fund reserve. Senate Bill 227 by Senator Moreno, Rankin, and Representative Ransom concerning the state emergency reserve and in connection therewith designating the state emergency reserve for the year 2021-22 state fiscal year, creating the state emergency reserve cash fund and requiring reimbursements for expenditures from a fund that is designated part of the state emergency reserve to be returned to the fund. House Bill 1177 by Representative Valdez D. and Lynch and Senators Moreno and Woodward concerning the inclusion of use tax exemptions for certain existing sales tax exemptions in order to make the exemptions compatible with the fundamental principles of sales and use tax. House Bill 1152 by Representatives Valdez D. and Lynch and Senators Cookman and Zanzinger concerning the repeal of statutes related to the obsolete Capitol Dome Restoration Fund. House Bill 1154 by Representatives Lynch and Valdez and Senators Moreno concerning the elimination of obsolete provisions of the Child Care Contribution State Income Tax Credit.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the adoption of all the bills on the consent calendar and their associated committee reports, which includes Senate Bills 206, 207, 209, 210, 212, 213, 214, 216, 217, along with the Appropriations Committee report, 220, 221, 226, 227, House Bill 1177, 1152, and 1154.
You sure that's all? Is there any discussion of the committee reports? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of all the committee reports in the general order, second reading of bills, consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Okay, the ayes still have it. The committee reports are adopted. Appreciate the enthusiasm. How about discussion on the bills on the consent calendar? Seeing no discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of all the bills in the general order, second reading of bills, consent calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Enthusiastic ayes have it. Bills are adopted. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee to rise and report.
The motion is for a committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has had a number of bills under consideration. The clerk, please read the report.
Mr. President, your committee of the whole makes lead to report has had in consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bills 206, 207, 209, 210, 212, 213, 214, 216, 217 as amended, 220, 221, 226, 227. Passed on second reading in order and engrossed and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1177, 1152, and 1154. Passed on second reading in order revised and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is for the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 206, Senate Bill 207, Senate Bill 209, Senate Bill 210, Senate Bill 212, Senate Bill 213, Senate Bill 214, Senate Bill 216, Senate Bill 217, as amended, Senate Bill 220, Senate Bill 221, Senate Bill 226, and Senate Bill 227. Passed on second reading, ordered and engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1177, House Bill 1152, House Bill 1154. Passed on second reading, ordered and revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. General order, second reading of bills. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself, the committee of the whole, for consideration of general order, second reading of bills, and the budget.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes having the motion is adopted. The Senate resolve itself, the committee of the whole, for consideration of general order, second reading of bills, and Senator Bridges will take the chair.
The committee will come to order, and the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 205.
Motion before the body is proceed out of order and take up Senate Bill 205. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. We'll take up 205. To the bill. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 205?
Senate Bill 205 by Senator Moreno and Representative McCluskey concerning the provision for payment of the expenses of executive, legislative, and judicial departments of the state of Colorado and its agencies and institutions for and during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2021, except as otherwise noted.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Senate Bill 205.
Seeing no discussion, the question, just kidding. Go ahead, Senator Moreno.
Committee, this is the fiscal year 21-22 long bill. I'll reserve most of my comments for third reading because I know there are a variety of amendments and a variety of changes that will be made to this bill. But just broadly, colleagues, I think the Budget Committee, the General Assembly have been through one of the craziest swings in budgeting that I have ever seen, that I think many of us have ever seen. A year ago, we were in a position of having to cut $3 billion from the state budget. Given subsequent economic forecasts and revenue forecasts, it turns out that we actually had more resources than we expected. I do want to exercise some caution, however, because I can't emphasize enough the degree to which those resources are one-time. They come from a better year than expected in fiscal year 1920. And the way our budget works is that if those dollars are unallocated, they remain in the general fund reserve and they carry over year to year until they're allocated. Fiscal year 21-22 would not work, the balancing would not work were it not for those one-time funds. Because the reality is, colleagues, that the spending package that we have put forward for your consideration is more than the anticipated revenues that we're expected to bring in next year. The reason this budget is balanced is because we are drawing upon those one-time resources to fill the gap next year. Going forward, the economic and revenue forecasts predict that we will be in a place where we can sustain the level of expenditures that we have proposed in fiscal year 21-22. But that gap remains in the next budget year. And we shouldn't take that lightly because there are so many things that the federal government has done that are allowing us to balance. The extension of the federal public health emergency declaration, which has meant that we receive an increased 6.2% federal match for Medicaid, that has allowed us to balance. That declaration will expire in December of this year, and significant general fund resources will be needed to meet our obligation to the traditional match levels for Medicaid. So I just want to make sure that those risks are known, that there is good news, there are additional resources, but I would exercise caution. And I would hope that we would all make sound fiscal decisions that I think are represented in this budget. Things like paying off COP debt early. Things like prepaying our state obligation and commitment to para. Things like paying our commitment to controlled maintenance early. All of these things will put us in a better fiscal position to manage the uncertainty going forward. On top of a 13.5% reserve, higher than I've seen in my time at the Capitol, but necessary given the economic conditions that are out there and given the state, I would say the fragility of the budget as it stands today. So colleagues, I look forward to the discussion. I want to thank the incredible Joint Budget Committee staff, as well as, honestly, an incredible committee. People that have worked for 5 months to put this product together for your consideration. It's been a labor of love. It has been the most challenging environment for budgeting that I've ever seen, going from one extreme to another. But I think what you have before you today is a responsible budget and one that will allow us to manage that uncertainty going forward.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to take a minute to talk about the process leading up to this, 5 months. But really, it goes back to earlier than this time last year. Incredible staff. And it's a bipartisan process, and I want to thank the majority party and Chairman Marino and the other members of the committee for a very bipartisan process. We, of course, don't agree on everything. That's our role. But this budget is the product of a lot of hard work and discussion among the members in trying to restore the significant cuts that we did last year, but also to look forward. And I want to emphasize that, our work is really not over. It's really just starting. We're going to deal with $800 million of stimulus. We have to deal with, looks like $4 billion of federal funds and at least maybe the first of two bills. So we have a lot of budget work to do. I think we have constructed this budget in light of, in thinking about that work yet to come. But I just wanted to emphasize that. And once again, thank our Director Campman and our wonderful staff. Many of our staff were new last year and 2 more this year. And to come into this budget process in the middle of that and do the job they've done is just absolutely remarkable. So thanks to everybody who worked on it.
And thank you, Senator. Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And colleagues, just a couple of extra comments to keep in mind as we head into this very important debate today. The long bill, as was mentioned, represents about 5 months of continuous work on 1,000+ line items on nearly $35 billion in spending. We present to you a work product, a long bill that we think is going to help Colorado recover stronger than ever, recover quickly, and invest in the most important pieces of our economy and, most importantly, the great citizens and students of the state of Colorado. I want us all to keep in mind, though, that we have crafted a budget with significant reserves for exactly the reasons that Chairman Moreno mentioned. We have significant uncertainty in front of us. We need to make sure that we have a reserve that is up to that task. We've set it at 13.5%. Many of the amendments we're going to discuss today would have a direct impact on that reserve. Please keep that in mind as we move forward on this debate. The other important piece of this puzzle is significant federal dollars coming to the state of Colorado. Some are going directly to school districts. Some are going directly to local governments, city governments, county governments. $3.9 billion is coming directly to the state. So we've tried to craft a budget that complements that package, that doesn't overlap, that uses those federal dollars carefully and the state dollars carefully. Please keep that in mind as we move through this debate. I want to thank my colleagues, I want to thank the JBC staff, and I look forward to the debate on the long bill.
Thank you, Senator. There is. To the bill. Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to pause and thank the members of the Joint Budget Committee. It is an arduous task. It is 5 months of blood, sweat, and tears. And I want to point out that it started with last session's budget. That was probably more tears, blood, tears, sweat, tears, and tears than we have seen before. The reality is it's a difficult circumstance. The Joint Budget Committee has done marvelous, amazing work. And at the same time, the incredibly important work that those 6 members of the General Assembly bring to us is not the end point. It is the starting point of the responsibility of the Colorado General Assembly. 100 members gathered together to define what we will spend the next several hours talking about, the priorities as we understand them from the people of Colorado. We have an interesting circumstance in front of us. We've arrived here through difficult circumstances, toil, and effort. And we have an historic reserve. The 30-year average of reserves that the state of Colorado has held is about 3%. And you'll be asked on one of the orbital bills later today to vote for a 15% reserve. That's an enormous reserve, especially in the context of history. The question is money in a bank account the place where we should put that money? Or is it money on projects that will return economic activity to the people of Colorado, that will restore jobs, that will help students catch up from the ground that they have lost during the incredibly challenging time for them and their families of the pandemic? The question is that we will be debating today as we enter into this starting point of the budget conversation before the entire General Assembly, one of priorities. I thank the members of the Joint Budget Committee for the incredible work and the framing they have given us to work from. And I challenge, with I hope what is a clarion call to my colleagues in this chamber and across the hall in the other chamber, to bring all the voices of this General Assembly, and behind them, all the voices of the people of Colorado, into the shaping of the priorities of how we choose to spend the money we have before us. The footnote that goes to all of this, we have seen 2 rounds of federal dollars flowing into this state. Enormous amounts of money, more than we've ever seen before. And there is yet one more round flowing behind that. The question is, the challenge is, it comes the way Washington, D.C. would have us spend it. We can only spend and direct the priorities with the money that we have before us, the money we will be discussing today. And my call to you, my colleagues, is we should be putting the money we have access and control over, not the money that may come from D.C. with strings attached to it, to work. We need to pick the priorities today. We need to help people get back to their jobs and businesses back on their feet. We need to help students who have fallen behind catch up. And we need to not let the crisis of the pandemic push the other crises that we have in Colorado, specifically the roads and bridges of Colorado. We must not let that crisis be pushed aside. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. It's good to know you're a Keynesian. Colleagues, we have packets at each of our desks. We have seen the amendments, so rather than having amendments handed to the staff up here, we'll just go through the amendment packet starting with 1. So please keep an eye on where we are in the packet and be ready when your number is called. If you're not ready, we'll move on to the next person who is ready, and we'll come back to you later if you would like us to do that. So, that being said, there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment L00, well, will the clerk please read amendment 1 to the budget?
So do I move amendment 1?
Amendment J016 of Senate Bill 205.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move amendment 1, or J016.
Let's just refer to the amendments by their number in the packet. That's the easiest thing. Note for everybody.
All right,
Moving
move
amendment
amendment
1 to the amendment. Thank you, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amendment 1, I just want you to know it's my first time here. The First Amendment, I was given some really good advice by my colleagues, and they told me that I should tell you that it's for the children. Right? Sorry. It probably does create jobs. But, so here we go. Amendment 1.
Jobs and kids.
Is very simple. It currently, our DOC inmate per diem that we pay to counties for housing our inmates is $59.42. Amendment 1 requests that we change that and up it to $80 per the $80 would be the per diem. Members, over the past year, the state has used COVID as a reason to leave DOC inmates in county jails. It has exacerbated the issues that county jails have had and sheriffs have had to do in dealing with COVID and separating the inmate population, again, because of COVID. And it has exacerbated cost and time for the sheriff's office. It is literally, we have backed up DOC inmates in county jails at a huge cost to counties. For example, in Weld County, at one point during COVID, during the last year, 1/4, 25% of the inmates in the county jail were DOC inmates. So as I stated, the state reimburses currently $59.42 per day. In Weld County, the cost is $108. This is a huge shift to counties, a huge cost shift to counties, a huge unfunded mandate. What I think is going to exacerbate this problem is in our budget in the long bill, where corrections on page 20 has asked to decrease 110 FTE in corrections, and it's a decrease of $17.4 million. The 110 FTE that they're decreasing, we learned, is mostly correctional officers. I think which will further exacerbate this problem is on page 82, the Judicial Department is asking to restore the courts and probation staff, adding 130.5 FTE. And because of an anticipated rise in caseload, they're also adding an additional 16.6 magistrates, again, to help address an expected trial backlog. I think we're looking to really slam our counties and our county jails, and that they'll be housing a lot of DOC inmates. But further, I just want to remind you all, even though I was not here, some of you were here. In 2018, 1132 passed, and it required that counties report to the General Assembly the cost of housing DOC inmates. And in a memo to the JBC from JBC staff, they also reminded the JBC that the General Assembly must consider this information when establishing the DOC reimbursement. At that point, they were using a determination of weighted average from a survey that they had done in 2017, that the average cost in 2017 was $81.65. The JBC staff went on further to recommend that they use the $81.65 as a targeted per diem that should increase over time over the next decade due to inflation. If you look at the charts that the JBC staff offered to the JBC back in 2018, the per diem in 2021 should actually be $82. Again, this amendment is just requesting that we get caught up, we do what was required in 1132, and that we increase the per diem from $59.42 to $80 for DOC inmates. Thank you.
Further discussion, Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to oppose it. It's the jails have differential occupancy costs throughout the state, and to come up with one number is a bit of a blunderbuss, and it may not, or a broadsword approach, it may overcompensate some, undercompensate some others. I would say the more nuanced approach to this issue would be to ask for a study of the costs of the jails throughout the state of Colorado, and then we can respond appropriately. We're also in sort of a unique time right now because the Department of Corrections has closed its front door in order to reduce exposure to COVID. And that will alter shortly as we move out of this pandemic with vaccines and healthier climates. DOC would take, I think there's somewhere around 1,000, 1,200 people that are in the backlog in the county jails, and they'll be moved out. We do need to come to an accord on how much to spend, but let's do it by study as opposed to just one number for every jail. Thank you.
Fantastic use of blunderbuss. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am not opposed to having yet another study, but I would just remind you all that a study was created in 2017 that said the average weighted cost of a DOC inmate in our county jails is $81.64 or something of that nature, but essentially $81. We did a study. We figured out what the average cost was in 2017. In 2018, y'all passed 1132, which said you're supposed to take that study into consideration. You're supposed to take into the cost, what it costs for inmates in county jails, that you have to take that under consideration. At that time, JBC staff recommended that you use the $81.65 as a weighted average, and that you look at it and increase it based on inflation over a decade period of time to get caught up, what we've been cost shifting to counties, and get caught up. By 2027, we're supposed to be at $104 per diem. Right now, the chart shows that we should be at $82 per diem. I'm simply asking that you get caught up, that we get caught up, and that we don't shift our costs to counties.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know the code rule was relaxed. I hope you relax the apron rule as well. I rise in support of this amendment. The state has an obligation to pick up their inmates within 3 days, state inmates within 3 days. And if they don't, they are supposed to pay for the costs after 3 days. Well, unfortunately, the state DOC isn't picking up those inmates, and they're burdening the counties, the county jails, with their inmates and making the counties fund it. This is a cost shift. The $9 that they currently pay is nowhere near the expense that the counties are incurring. There's medical costs, which are huge in county jails, food costs. There are a number of costs. The medical ones are the biggest. It's like a mini city. It's a of what's going on. We have people with AIDS in the jail. We have people that need dialysis, and it's a huge cost. And they're just shifting that to the counties and not doing their share. If we're going to keep the state inmates in county jails, the state needs to pay for it. And I agree with the last speaker. There has been studies. It's been studied to death, and the studies show that the state is not paying their share. $80 is more than reasonable to start getting caught up. So I'd ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that the former speaker's comments should be ruled out of order because he is wearing an apron. No, just kidding.
All those in favor, just kidding. Senator Corm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about this because this is a huge issue in Southwest Colorado. Got a call from my sheriff in Montezuma County. Their jail was completely full, had been holding inmates for 30 days or more, and new arrests were having to be taken to a neighboring county and paying a fee there. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe a few years ago we had a situation where some of the counties, I believe it was Jefferson County, if I am correct, filed a lawsuit against the corrections, and they are not paying each and every county the same amount. So I'm going to have to go back and double check that, but I know that was the case at that time. So this is a huge impact in my district. Archuleta County, a couple years ago, their jail was condemned, and so they're having to haul all their inmates to La Plata County right now. So don't think the new jail is ready yet. So it's a huge problem in Southwest Colorado, and it's a huge cost to those counties. Fair is fair.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm looking here at a study that was done in 2017, and I believe I was on this interim committee that was looking at the overcrowding of county jails. And when I look at the summary, I see that there's a lot of variation in reference to capacity in some of these jails, and also as it relates to the jail costs. So I'm just going to speak to Arapahoe County, which I represent. And in this study, Arapahoe County indicated in 2017 that their average daily costs was $89.87. However, back then, the reimbursement rate, it's somewhere, I think it was like 58, or maybe, I think they got a $2 increase. The reimbursement rate, I'm not seeing it right now, but there wasn't parity in reference to the costs that Arapahoe County Jail is having to dispense as it relates to the average cost compared to their reimbursement rate. And it varies. Like if you're in Clear Creek, they're saying it's $100 a day. Eagle County, it's $50. In El Paso County, it's $88. In Larimer County, it's $119. So the cost does vary. And I just think that this is a solution that at some point we need to get our arms around as it relates to making sure that there's equity and parity as it relates to reimbursing our county jails.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And colleagues, I don't dispute anything that's been said. Clearly, we are behind in our payments to county jails. I would just note that the payment to county jails is actually more than the per diem payment to private prisons. Similar functions, but we pay county jails more, even though private prisons house offenders for a much longer period of time than our county jails do. There have been studies, and what was referenced by the senator from Arapahoe County is what should give us pause. That variability of cost, those wide swings in what it costs to house an offender at certain county jails versus others. I'm not going to say that our reimbursement rate for county jails is sufficient. I don't believe it is. But I do think we have to solve for that variability issue before we just dump more money into the issue.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I don't disagree that we don't need to look at this again and find out what's going on and do a survey. Counties for the last 4 or 5 years have been reporting their costs to the General Assembly as required. But what we do know is, even in 2017, from that survey, the average weighted cost for a DOC inmate, $81.65. And today, we are only at $59.42. This General Assembly promised through 181132 that we would increase that per diem rate over a decade of time with inflation rates to get to $104. Where we're supposed to be at is $82. What this simply is requesting is keep our promise. Quit cost shifting to counties, quit with the unfunded mandates, and quit thinking that counties are the place where you should be backlogging, we should be backlogging DOC inmates. If we want to do another study, let's do another study, and let's find out what the number really is.
Seeing no further discussion.
Oh, and I'm sorry, and I ask for an aye vote on Amendment 1. Thank you.
An aye vote has been requested by the author of Amendment 1. The question before the body is the adoption of Amendment 1. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. Noes have it. That amendment is lost. Will the clerk please read Amendment 2?
Amendment 2.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 2.
To the amendment.
Members, what this amendment does is it takes $10 million from the state education fund and it puts it towards the line item for the categorical funding for special education. I will let my co-sponsor here talk a little bit about the reason behind this, and then I will follow up with some concluding remarks.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I do ask your support for Amendment 2, Day007. When we look at students who
qualify for special education funding, there are two tiers of disability. Tier A includes more minor disabilities like dyslexia. And I've shared here before, I'm dyslexic. My elementary school years were a real struggle. I heard over and over again, you have such potential if you'll just focus and try harder. And as a dyslexic, the harder you focus, the more confusing things become visually. On those Tier A students, we are obligated, we should be funding $1,250 per student. For the students in the second tier, those are students who are blind, who are deaf, who have autism, major brain trauma. That's more significant than dyslexia. There are ways that I found to learn, and there wasn't always focusing on reading. But we're supposed to be funding the students in Tier B, those more significant disabilities, with an additional $6,000 per student for a total of $7,250. We don't do that. Right now, we fund about 43% of what we should be funding. And with this additional $10 million, we could get up to 50.9, almost 51%, a little more than half of what we're supposed to be doing for those students. So this isn't something that I want to say that JBC overlooked. This is something that I want to join my colleague in saying we're not doing what we're supposed to do. We would be doing just a little more than half of what we're supposed to do to help those students who need it the most. Now, we may hear argument that this should be done in the School Finance Act. Okay, let's go ahead and make the allocation now. Let's go ahead and say, yes, we'll live up to almost 51% of what we should be doing for those students who need our help the most. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as many of you know, this is an area, a real passion of mine. Prior to the 2019 School Finance Act, we were actually funding our special education students at 31%. And we put in a historic infusion of money in order to bump us up to 43.8. It was historic because it was almost doubling what we were doing. However, it doesn't even compare to the cost of what it actually costs to support students in special education, because the real cost of special education is just an astronomical number that we are not even beginning to touch on. So what this amendment does is a couple of things. We knew that the pandemic has had a disproportionate effect on our students with disabilities. Back during May of 2020, there was a survey that was conducted by NPR that showed that at that point in May, about 4 in 10 parents of special education students said that they were not receiving any support at all. So that's 39% of our students. Also, in addition to that, just 1 in 5, so 20%, said that they were receiving all of the services that they were entitled to. 35% report that their children are doing little to no remote learning, compared with 17% of their general education peers. And then here is the real kicker. 40% of parents of special needs children were concerned about their children's mental health, compared to 23% of parents of other children. There was a study that was actually done by Ed Research for Recovery that focused in on the necessary academic supports for students with disabilities. And this was prior to the pandemic. That students with disabilities are one of the student populations likely to have regressed the most during COVID-related distance learning. The single most important service that schools provide for students with disabilities is that additional intervention, the time that is devoted to student-specific areas of need. There was a really great article written by the Colorado Sun that looked at an in-depth portrait of learning loss and acceleration and its impact to students with disabilities. So while the disruptions to public education from the COVID-19 pandemic were unprecedented, it's really upon us as policymakers to look to what we can do to figure out how we're going to best address it. Prior to the pandemic, we knew that the best practices for helping students with disabilities is to provide intensive tutoring, to increase their instructional time, to prioritize their learning and acceleration, and avoid over-remediation. Those were the best practices prior to the pandemic. But how do we begin to do that if we're only funding special education right now at 43.8%? So this is a very modest amount of money that we are requesting. This $10 million will get us up to 50.9%. How much would it take to get us to 100%? Well, that amount is $79,486,459.53. I'm not asking for 79 million, I'm asking for 10. I'm not asking to get to 100 because this is categorical funding. Categorical funding you have to carry forward from year to year to year, cannot go down. I'm saying, don't these students deserve to be at least 50% of what we say we want to support them? So I ask for an I vote.
I'm curious about the 53%. Seeing no, before you begin, Senator Moreno, two very important announcements. First, the first round of food is ready for those of you who would like to go eat. So grab your brats, your burgers, and enjoy. Second important announcement, the coat rule is relaxed for all in the room. Apparently, I can relax it for everyone except for Alex Burness. He's got to keep it on. But everyone else, you're welcome to take your, you can too, Alex. Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think there's been a lot of good information that's been provided through the course of the explanation of this amendment. Just a couple of other things. Just want to make sure folks understand the $10 million that's in question would not be from the general fund. It's actually from the state education fund, which is the savings account for K through 12 education. The senator from Arvada mentioned that there was a fairly substantial increase for this program just a couple of years ago. So just another point of information for context. And then lastly, just want to make sure it's not without note, again, pursuant to the Constitution, categorical programs can never be decreased. So once you build the base, you have to maintain that base going forward, plus you have to adjust for inflation for all of those categorical programs. Because of that adjustment for inflation, this particular categorical will be receiving about close to $4 million in additional funding. Again, just points of information for you to consider in your deliberations.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do appreciate the background and the understanding of what the purpose of the state ed fund is for. I do want to note that we have some orbital bills that will be accommodating or accompanying the budget today that will be transferring a large amount of money from the general fund to the state ed fund with a target of having the state ed fund land at $460 million. So I think that this is the appropriate place in order to take this funding, the 10 million, that would land us at 450 million in the state ed fund when all is said and done, if that orbital bill passes. And the reason why we're only asking for 10 million and not 79 million is because we do have to carry it forward. But I think carrying forward half of what we are obligated to spend for our special education students is pretty modest, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 2. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. Again, colleagues, there are burgers and brats available for your enjoyment here at the front. Please have lunch, be merry. We're on to Amendment 3. Will the clerk please read Amendment 3?
Amendment 3.
Senator Lundeen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 3, also known as Day055.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Along with my colleague from the almost as pretty as Monument area, Colorado, we would like to say good step on that last amendment, a step in the right direction, an acknowledgement that students are struggling in this particular time, and we need to focus on those elements that are critically important to our budget priorities. I'll let my colleague speak for a moment, and then I'll back clean up.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my colleague and I took a look at what we could do today, knowing that our students are so far behind after taking a year off, after losing a year of education. And it's clear what the school districts, what the teachers are telling us is that we have to catch up quick. Summer school and tutoring are one of the ways that we can impact those students immediately. So it's important that we put our money where our mouth is and put our kids as a priority within this budget. And even though this is coming a little bit late, JBC did not get a chance to incorporate this tutoring enough into their budget. We're putting this amendment forward so that we can put some money where our mouth is.
Back to Senator Lundeen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So what this amendment does is it makes an ask that's actually a better deal than the last ask. It's going to serve more students. It's going to serve the K through 3 population. It uses existing programs, a competitive grant program that already exists under the READ Act. It provides flexibility for all 178 districts, all the local education providers, that would be charter schools, boards of cooperative education, and others, to apply the $60 million that we're asking for here to that most important element in a child's educational professional experience, and that is learning how to read. If you don't learn how to read, your entire educational experience is going to be a challenge. And we have students today, because of the pandemic, because of the circumstance, who have lost significant ground, who are struggling today to, in fact, get to that reading gateway and getting through it. This amendment would help address that. It would use existing structures. It's efficient, it's smart, per student, return on investment. This is a great place to put your money. Now, there's $50 million already set aside for all of us legislators. And I think we ought to put the legislators aside and think about the students at this point. This particular ask is a little more than that $50 million, but even if we only spent money making sure students caught up, it would be well spent money, in my opinion. I urge your support of Amendment L035, also known as Amendment 3.
Senator Rankin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I believe I can urge support for the intent of this spending. I would think the long bill might not be the right place to do it, but this is about reading. This is about the bill that you all voted for unanimously, those who were here in both the House and the Senate 2 years ago. That program set up both a per pupil payment based on students with significant reading disabilities and a grant program. The grant program has been extremely successful. We now have 12,000 teachers signed up being trained in the science of reading. So this is also about tutoring. It's about catching up students. So whether or not, and I don't think the long bill is the right place to do this, so I don't recommend it. Whether or not we put a long bill amendment of $60 million, there are other places that we should consider doing this through federal stimulus and the state stimulus. So I would suggest that this is a great idea. We need to do it. Let's do it in one of the other bills. So good amendment, vote no.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do rise in support of the amendment. We have talked about getting kids back to school. And as we celebrate a little spring and the leaves popping out on the trees, getting our kids back to school is a great goal, but that'll be for a few weeks, a month, maybe a little bit more. And then the summer break will occur. And at least in our caucus, we've had a discussion about 4 districts, 4 schools, 4 charter schools that want to offer maybe something more along the lines of a summer semester, that we ought to be open to having that conversation, and this amendment would go a long way to helping that happen. We're not a central top-down control kind of state. We're a local control state. There's 178 school districts. There are charter schools in those districts that are chartered by the district. There's charter schools that are chartered at the state level. But if a school, if a district, if a school board out there said, yes, we want to help get our kids caught up. Yes, we want to offer the residents and the students of our school district more the opportunity of a summer semester than to take a class or two, this amendment would help them do that. I just appeal to you, members, this is an opportunity, given COVID pandemic of the past year, given the funding that we did not anticipate to have at the state level. The reduction was supposed to be far greater than it turned out to be, and given the huge wave of federal funding that's coming to us, this is something we ought to do. We ought to think outside the box. We ought to think strategically at allocating this money in the long bill so that school boards out there can make decisions that are good for the parents and the students out there in those communities. That's local control. Ask your aye vote on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the comments on local control. Just a reminder, there is also a requirement for thorough and uniform education in our Constitution. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I have great news to share. We have already put $100 million into this purpose. If you combine the federal money and the state money that is coming to address the problems that have been mentioned in this amendment, we have significant resources available for our districts to accomplish this. This amendment, if passed, would essentially take $60 million out of the reserve fund that we talked about at the opening of this debate. We're seeing a repeated pattern here of trying to reduce reserves and duplicative money that we've already have available from federal and state sources. So with that, I urge a no vote on amendment number 3.
Senator Lundeen.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the debate. I mean, this is a serious policy debate. We're cutting very narrow arguments here. The proposition you just heard was one that said reserve earning less than 1%, holding money in case we need to spend against something, or I would argue, invest in the most important thing with the biggest return possible, helping a student, a young child, pre-3rd grade, learn how to read. That's an interesting juxtaposition. I'm going to vote for the kid every time in this circumstance. There is nothing more leverageable. The return is almost infinite. And we have students right now, specifically our students that come from economic challenge, academic challenge, students who don't look like my children. Those students are the ones who have been most put upon by the pandemic. This is an opportunity to readdress, to reach in. And I would argue if the question truly is $60 million in an already bigger than historical reserve, or $60 million helping students who are demonstrably behind in their learning how to read, I'm going to urge you to vote for those students. Competitive grant program, an efficient way of getting money on that most important, most highly leverageable investment we can make, helping a student learn how to read. I urge your support of L03.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L3, or Amendment 3. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? No. Noes have it. That amendment is lost.
I think it was like 2-2.
Will the clerk please read Amendment 4?
Amendment 4.
Senator Small.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 4.
To the amendment.
Yeah, colleagues, thanks for your attention on this. So I've got a number of amendments that I'm proposing today, which is a little out of character for me. Typically, I rely on JBC to do this, but what I've noticed in the bills that we've been passing over the last few sessions is very often we have this focus on safety for our schools, health of our school children, particularly mental and behavioral health for our school children, things like suicide prevention and trying to slow down what we talk about often, things like gun violence. I don't feel, that, colleagues, that these are being adequately addressed in what I've read in the long bill. So what you'll see is a handful of amendments from me that are addressing these. I think a lot of these are stemming from sort of lackluster efforts to screen our students for mental health, for those mental health concerns, to educate our kids about bullying in schools and try to prevent that, to try to bolster the crisis response. We heard a bill yesterday talking about the new 988 suicide prevention number and how important that is. What are we doing to educate people about that? Where's the money for this? And finally, the money that we put through into CDPHE's suicide prevention program. So I'm not going to spend a ton of time on Amendment 4, colleagues. It's very easy. Today we've got a grand total of $1 million put to the Department of Education for the School Bullying Prevention and Education Grant Program. And I'm looking to increase that, particularly as our students get back into the classrooms after really being isolated through COVID. So I'd ask for your support on Amendment 4. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate the amendment sponsor. I'm certainly in no way going to advocate against school bullying and prevention and education. That's obviously extremely important. As was stated, there is $1 million going towards this already. Perhaps there is some increased need given the pandemic, as well as for mental health resources. There's a separate amendment on that. We will talk about that more in depth and how it relates to some state stimulus spending. But in the meantime, I will ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Lundeen.
Thank you very much. I rise in support of the amendment. You've heard me speak about three priorities over and over and over again: getting people back to jobs, increasing the employer's ability to add jobs, getting students back in class and helping them catch up from the challenges they've got academically, and improving the roads and bridges of Colorado. But I tell you what, in Colorado, we have a mental health crisis as well. And we need to be focusing on that. And there's not a silver bullet on this issue. There just is not. It's going to be many, many different things that happen at many, many different points in a person's life where we can choose to create policies that reach out and support them, help them, encourage them, get them to a better place and into a mentally strong, mentally healthful place. This amendment, it's a simple $2 million ask. $1.7 billion sitting in reserve, the largest in the history of Colorado, 15% against a 30-year average of 3%. $2 million for mental health, students in schools. This one's a no-brainer. I rise in support and urge your support for Amendment 4. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, since many of our students have been learning remotely and dealing with isolation, they're dealing with a high sense of isolation, a sense of depression, maybe anxiety. And when I think about bullying that takes place, I know scenarios in our schools where kids are not able to handle bullying. Sometimes they don't have the intellectual capacity to process what's going on when they're told that they're too poor, or they're too fat, or they're too tall, or they're not rich enough. And so what happens, or you're not pretty enough, whatever the bullying takes place, bullying has gone high tech, And when I think about what we need to do to prevent suicide as it relates to our young people, an investment in bullying prevention, I think, is a good expense.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 4. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. That amendment is lost. The clerk please read Amendment 5.
Go ahead and move it.
Amendment 5.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move Amendment 5.
To the amendment.
Thank you. Members, I'm pleased to advocate for Amendment 5. What this does is increase the Medicaid reimbursement rates for the very important tip of the spear EMT services that we all know and need when our loved ones need to get to the hospital, or for clients with disabilities for non-medical transportation, or for people to get for their medical appointments when loved ones can't take them there. The EMT services, the emergency medical transportation, or ambulances as we know them, include emergency ground and air transportation to and from a hospital, services which are mandatory. These are mandatory services under Colorado's Medicaid program. The EMT services, a lot of people don't realize this, which means the ambulances, they must be fully staffed and manned at all times, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in good times, bad times, rain, snow, sleet, no matter what. They have to be ready. These essential men and women who are great providers for us. And I would just address on the fiscal note, if you'll notice, that this is a mere pittance. It's $270,000, and I figured it out. Of the $50 million that's been set aside for this, that comes to 0.005%. This amendment is a bargain for health, safety, and welfare for all of our people. Thank you.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as you know, EMT services are only reimbursed if a patient is taken to the hospital. So if you fall and you break your arm and somebody calls the ambulance and the medics arrive and they assist you, but they don't actually take you to the hospital, then they don't actually get reimbursed for those services. So the state does not reimburse for health care provided on site, which is often referred to as treat and release. And because of that, that's why we are asking for this very modest targeted adjustment in order to make up for that difference. Ambulances do not refuse anyone, so they end up eating a huge cost when they pick up a Medicaid client, especially in some of the more rural areas of our state. Colorado must support an appropriate level of reimbursement for these high-value services because they are literally our healthcare heroes who save lives every day. They were part of the group of providers that received the common policy adjustment, but what we are asking for today is a targeted adjustment, and this is not uncommon. Every year we look at all of our smattering of providers and we say, how are they doing? What are their costs? What are their expenses? And this is one of those EMT providers here, this Medicaid reimbursement, that needs a targeted adjustment because the impact to their area has been greatly impacted by COVID. So we would ask today that you approve of this amendment. It's a modest 2% increase to the provider rate, and thank you for your vote.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, and once again, I would emphasize that these essential, highly trained medical professionals are there for us morning, noon, and night for us, for our loved ones and our relatives, no matter where we are. Think about it. If you're in an accident in some rural part of Colorado or even in town, they are the first people there 99% of the time. They save lives, and this is just a very, very modest increase for their reimbursement rates, which a lot of times doesn't even cover their costs. So members, Senator Zenzinger and I sincerely ask for an aye vote on Amendment 1. Thank you very much.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, I'm sure I have no disagreement with the purpose of this amendment. But again, just to provide you some further context around this amendment. As was stated, these providers are part of the common policy, so they will be receiving a 2.5% provider rate increase. In addition to those common policy adjustments, in fiscal year 1920, these rates were also increased. Is $6.8 million total funds, $1.8 million general fund. That built upon a 6.6% increase in FY 18-19, 7% in FY 17-18. Plus, there was also this mechanism that we utilize called certified public expenditures. So EMT providers that are public entities can now submit certified public expenditures and have a federal match for the services that they provide. That amounts to about $33 million in fiscal year 21-22. Not disputing the need in any way, but just providing some additional context for this amendment.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those targeted rate increases that occurred in prior years were actually as a result of some dramatic defunding that came at the federal level. So at that time, we were not actually increasing state funding, we were backfilling some of the federal funding that had been cut. So we didn't actually benefit from the targeted increase because it ended up being kind of a net zero at the end of the day. So again, I would just highly encourage a yes vote, and thank you for your time.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 5. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it. That amendment is lost. Will the clerk please read Amendment 6?
Aye.
Amendment 6.
Senator Liston.
Members, we're going to save you some pain and agony. We will kindly withdraw Amendment 6.
Amendment 6 is withdrawn. Will the clerk please read Amendment 7?
Amendment 7, J009 to Senate Bill 205. Amendment printed bill, page 115, line 11 of the total.
Go ahead, Senator Janol. Senator Janol.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Amendment 7 deals with the developmental disabilities waiver that's designed to serve people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And this comes on a personal note for me, always trying to make sure that the wait list has gone down significantly and someday in the near future will be gone totally. But this is the only waiver that needs 24/7 support, and it's the only waiver that still has a waiting list out of 22 Medicaid waivers that are out there. And unfortunately, despite that intensive level of care needed by the people on this waiting list, it continues to grow today to totals of over 3,000 people. We've made progress. We kind of lost a little bit of progress and lost a little bit of ground last year. There would have been a bill that would have helped to solve the waitlist problem once and for all, but it didn't have a chance because of COVID. What this amendment does is it doubles the IDD enrollment. In other words, what JBC did this year was ask for 667 folks with intellectual and developmental disabilities to get that help. I asked if we could eliminate the wait list due to COVID and so many people needing help, but that wasn't. In talking with JBC, I realized that there is a plan in place to try to eliminate this wait list by 2024. What this amendment would do is it would double the amount of people that would get help. It would double it to 1,324, taking those off the wait list. So basically cutting it in half. But in speaking with JBC, I realized that there are plans in place, and I feel good about that. And I am withdrawing Amendment 7 with the realization that this wait list will go away in 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Janal. Amendment 7 is withdrawn. Will the clerk please read Amendment 8?
Amendment 8.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 8, also known as J021.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this amendment restores $1 million to the screening, brief intervention, and relief and treatment, otherwise known as SBIRT. The JVC omitted restoring the money that was swept last year. This is a good use of funds that will educate folks on spotting addiction early and save money for healthcare and people being addicted in the long run. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just really quick on this one, there was a budget request to completely eliminate the SBIRT program. The JVC did deny that request, so they maintained their $500,000 appropriation, but it does not restore to where they were at. So just some further context for your consideration.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 8. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. Will the clerk please read Amendment 9?
Amendment 9.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 9.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment 9 requests $160,000 for a new Chief Educational Equity Officer position. The new CEEO will serve as a facilitator and guide in the next phase of deep learning in all aspects across the state as we engage with all stakeholders and constituencies in the post-secondary ecosystem in Colorado to close educational equity gaps towards our goal of 66% post-secondary degree and credential attainment by 2025. I ask for your support.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just again, some more context for your decision making on this one. This was a budget request that was submitted in fiscal year 2020, 2021. It was pulled back because of the pandemic and the effects on the budget, and we just couldn't fund this position then. Subsequently, a budget request was not asked for in this year. So clearly, we are focused on equity efforts in higher education. This position probably would help advance those efforts.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if you were paying attention during our SMART Act hearings, but you might have heard from all of the departments this year that as part of their SMART Act goals, they had a diversity, equity, and inclusion goal. Every department in the state had one of those goals. The goal for the Department of Higher Ed in particular is woven into the Colorado Master Plan. It's just common sense that if you actually want to achieve your goals, you need to be able to put the right resources into supporting those goals. And so I highly encourage an aye vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 9. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. The enthusiasm in here, folks. Will the clerk please read Amendment 10?
Amendment 10.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 10.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment will add $1.44849 million to the TGYS grant program, which will restore pre-COVID funding to ensure the most qualified grantees can deliver services to youth and families. Members, the Tony Gramsci's Youth Services Program was formed to provide prevention and intervention for our students, education for our children, our youth, and our families. And they definitely need this support. 86 programs from 98 organizations who are anticipated to serve approximately 50,000 Colorado children, youth, and families during COVID could benefit from this support. And 52% of schools have identified student emotional support as a top need. This program helps out a lot of students across the entire state of Colorado. I ask for your support.
Seeing no, Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And colleagues, this is an area where every year available funding, available grants is far limited compared to what the requests are. Usually the requests that this program receives are 2 to 3 times the amount that's actually available. So it is an extremely important program. The story is complicated here because there's multiple revenue streams that support the Tony Gramscis Youth Services Program. They get funding from the Tobacco Master Settlement Agreement, but also from Marijuana Tax Cash Fund and the General Fund. You may look at this as a $1 million increase for the program, but in fact, it is largely restoring some of the reductions that were made in recent years.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 10. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. Will the clerk please read Amendment 11?
Who wants to go first?
Amendment 11.
Senator Fields. Senator Fields, Gardner, and/or Winter. Who would ever like to start? Go for it. Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move Amendment 11.
To the amendment.
Members, the reality is that not everyone is in a relationship that's free from domestic violence. And I'm here to tell you that love should not hurt. But the reality is that COVID-19 has created scenarios for those who are experiencing domestic violence in this safe at home place for survivors, has put them at risk. And so what this amendment will do will add some additional appropriations to support them because they have been isolated from their network of support. So I urge you to vote yes on Amendment 11.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As my colleague from Arapahoe County states, domestic violence has always been a problem and an issue, but it is particularly so as families are more and more isolated. What this bill does is add $5 million for self-sufficiency for those who are victims of domestic violence. Of all of the things that we can and should do to respond to the pandemic, at the top of the list should be dealing with those mental health and social problems of the isolation that comes from the pandemic. This is available. It needs to happen. We ask for your support.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Right now, we're seeing a spike in domestic violence. So at the same time, shelters are having to put in recommendations to do social distancing. They're not able to have their annual fundraisers. They're also dealing with an increased need. And those people that are experiencing domestic violence are the most vulnerable and they need our help. This money goes directly to those victims' services, and we encourage a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 11. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. Will the clerk please read Amendment 12?
Amendment 12.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 12.
To the amendment.
So colleagues already kind of discussed all these as we went through the First Amendment, asking for your support on this. I would encourage you, if you're concerned about whether or not this is an appropriate figure to add to the Department of Human Services for the Behavioral Health Crisis Response System telephone hotline, take a look at the utilization from beginning of 2019 until the end of last year. Look at the 20 to 30% increases that we've seen into that hotline, and then look at the amount of budget items that have been attributed to this in anticipation of what folks like myself feel is going to happen once again people start getting out about through the end of this COVID nightmare. So this is a whopping $1 million out of the thousands of millions that we've been talking about today. $1 million to bolster that, and I'd ask for your aye vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further, Senator Kolker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to note that I am the co-sponsor of the stimulus bill to do exactly this. We have been meeting with stakeholders and working with the OVH to make sure this gets put into place. So we're working on this right now, just an FYI.
Seeing no further discussion, Senator Smallwood. Go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't know if any of my colleagues share my concern to the good senator from Centennial. We could not hear your comments, and I do think they're important and would love to hear them. So if you wouldn't mind kind of restating that in a way where we could hear, I'd appreciate it.
Senator Kolker with gusto.
I thought I was speaking into the mic. I got to lean down. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am the sponsor of the bill, the stimulus bill that where we're going through the channels, we're going through the committees to do exactly what this is saying. We've been working with OBH on the language and on how it's going to work out, trying to make sure that our intent is open and clear on what we want to do with this bill. So we are working on this in the stimulus bill right now, and it will be introduced.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, I apologize to my colleague. Wasn't sure if that was a enthusiastic endorsement of Amendment 12. It sounded like it was. The 988 bill that I did support in committee, we've got quite a bit of time before that kicks in. This is providing money and resource to this right now. So this is the crisis hotline, not 988. And unless there's a separate bill, we're looking to bolster this immediately. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Hansen.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And just to be clear, of course, we're considering the fiscal year 21-22 budget. So the bill that was mentioned by the good senator from Arapahoe County is in the same time frame. So there's no difference as far as when this money would be available between those two options. I would also just point out, members, on Amendment 12, of course, there's the overlapping legislation, but it's also the amount of funds is significantly lower than what we're bringing forward with the state stimulus package. So I think we would be better off to continue with that effort, use the state stimulus money that's already been set aside. And so I urge a no vote on Amendment 12.
Senator Kolker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To clarify, it is not the 988 bill. I am bringing a 211 bill. So let's confuse people even more with three different numbers. So it is a 211 hotline crisis center bill that we are bringing forward.
Thank you for the 411. Seeing no further discussion on this bill, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 12. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. That amendment is lost. Will the clerk please read Amendment J006, Amendment 13?
Amendment 13, J006.
Okay, go ahead. Senator, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 13, which is J006.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you. Members, this amendment restores support and funding for Colorados with disabilities. In 2019, we had a bipartisan bill, which I was pleased to be a sponsor of, that funded navigators for participants in our Aid to the Needy Disabled program to develop and submit their applications for federal disability income. The bill passed with large majorities, and in 2021, the program was to receive $3.8 million. The funding was cut, as so many things, in 2020, and so the program has not yet been fully implemented. We need to restore this funding, implement the program as we intended. We have the funding to do so. This is very important. And in the long run, by ensuring that these citizens can qualify for federal disability income, it will be a benefit both to them and to the state of Colorado and its budget.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm excited to bring this budget amendment because we have many, many Coloradans living on only $217 a month, which is not sustainable. And having them have navigators help them access this critical federal funding helps this vulnerable population. It also helps the state of Colorado by providing them the resources they need, and I encourage a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment 13. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Will the clerk please read Amendment number 14?
Amendment 14, J006 to Senate Bill 205.
Senator,
Amendment,
Senator Janelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 14. It's about funding for older Coloradans, and I think it's a very important bill for our seniors. What it does is it's adding $10 million to state funding for senior services that helps right now 55,000 older Coloradans to receive the services from the area agencies on aging. That's including personal care, homemaker services, assisted transportation, Meals on Wheels, legal assistance. It helps to keep seniors in their homes, aging in place, and postpone and possibly avoid costly nursing homes or assisted living. Our seniors are our #1 demographic in this state, and this will grow and continue to be the #1 demographic until around 2040. And we have about, right now, looking at some statistics from the 2010 census, 820,000 seniors over the age of 60, 370,000 over the age of 70, 140,000 over the age of 80. Covering 55,000 older Coloradans right now is not enough. We need more. And it's the most significant growth. These are folks who are coming to Colorado to retire, who have lived here all their lives, had their families. They are having a tremendous economic impact with their retiree spending, as well as visits and whatever. They need housing, and they have healthcare needs. And I believe that this amendment will be a benefit to helping more than 55,000 older Coloradans, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Senator Hansen.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Members, this is an item that we have looked closely at in this budget. We think we've come to you with a number in the long bill that can be sustainably delivered. Certainly, there are many needs in the state that we could absolutely do more with. This is, I think, definitely in that category. But I think we're facing a capacity constraint for a rapid expansion in this category, as we do in lots of other parts of the budget. And so with that, I would ask for a no vote on Amendment 14.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L0 or amendment number 14. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Will the clerk please read amendment number 15?
Amendment 15.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment number 15.
To the amendment.
Thank you, colleagues. This is an amendment that adds $2 million general fund dollars to the Judicial Department for underfunded courthouse facilities and grants. It basically almost restores funding back to what it was in 2019. A reminder, the program is intended to help really rural counties with their courthouse needs. To qualify, you have to meet at least 2 of the criteria: population below state median, per capita income below state median, property tax revenue below state median, and or population living below the federal poverty line above state median. Would like to encourage an aye vote. The funds could be used. Some projects that didn't get funding last year included a new courthouse in Archuleta County, support master planning in Lake County, construction of a single point entry in Kiowa County, and design, construction, and commission of an HVAC system replacement in Los Animas County. Thank you very much.
Is there any discussion? Senator Coram.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish to thank the good senator from Alamosa for bringing this forward, because this is a real problem in basically southern and western Colorado, along the southern border, and it's vital that we get these facilities back up to adequate, and ask for an aye vote.
Senator Liston, or Senator Hanson, or Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I rise in support of Amendment 15. I have been to a couple of these old courthouses, and I've seen them firsthand. I know some of them are supposedly being rebuilt, but one I was in here a few years ago dated back to 1904 down in Huerfano County, and boy, some of these older courthouses are really, really dilapidated. They are historic, and I think Senator Simpson's thoughts and his heart is in the right place, so I urge an aye vote on Amendment 15. Thank you.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members. A little bit of context for you as you consider amendment number 15. The fund for next year under the long bill in front of you is going to have about $3 million in it. That allows this fund to spend down the cash balance, which it has accrued. We put an additional $500,000 of general fund transfer, and we believe that that is going to adequately cover the current pipeline of projects. So I don't think an adjustment is needed at this time. We'll certainly reevaluate that as we look at the preceding budgets. But given the current amount of resource in there, approximately $3 million, I don't think Amendment 15 is needed at this point, and I'm certainly happy to reevaluate that as we get new projects proposed in the future. And with that, I urge a no vote on Amendment 15.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Amendment 15. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. And the noes have it. The amendment is lost. Will the clerk please read amendment number 16?
Amendment 16.
Senator Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J044.
Senator Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, you'll notice in your amendment packet that this Amendment 16 is listed as J022. There was approval of an earlier version of the amendment, and thank you to the Majority Leader and my friend from Aurora. We have provided copies of 16A, which is J044, which is here at the front desk if you want to come get it. It's the same amount of money going to the same place, but there is a slightly different description of the study, and that appears in two places. You'll find that on line 12 through 16. And then again, down in the purpose section, there's about another sentence and a half. But thank you for the permission to offer that correction. And thank you also to Director Campman and the JBC staff for getting that done. Mr. Chair, we are asking for $215,000 for a study, and we don't need a bill to do this. What we'd like to do is study the sources of unsecured loan consumer finance. And at the federal level, under the Obama administration, a new federal office was started, and that the Office of Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, or CFPB, oversees consumer lending and financial protection for consumers. Here at the state level, we have the Colorado Uniform Consumer Credit Code Office, and that's at the Attorney General's office. That office oversees consumer lending. And over the past several years, 15, 20 years or so, there's been a lot of legislation regarding things like payday loans. And that has been reduced significantly in our state. This isn't necessarily about payday loans, but over that past 15, 20 years, we've seen this evolution of this amazing thing called the internet. So while UCCC at the AG's office regulates consumer lending within the boundaries of the state of Colorado, how much jurisdiction do they have for entities that aren't in Colorado and doing business out on this amazing marketplace called the internet? To be able to affect change at the state level, we need to understand how the consumer lending market has evolved. And that's what this study proposes to do. What changes have occurred? what opportunities exist for people to get consumer financing today, especially when it isn't collateralized. When we're talking about a mortgage loan on a home, or a car loan or a car lease on a car, that's the collateral. Then we have credit card lending, and that's mostly a federal issue. We don't get terribly involved in credit card regulation of credit card companies. Those are almost always federally chartered banks. So when we look at non-federally chartered banks, maybe they're state chartered banks, maybe they're not banks, but companies that would offer consumer financing. This study proposes that we look at what exists here in Colorado, and potentially what exists out on the internet that we may or may not be able to regulate as a state, and then to come back with a report to the General Assembly to say, here's what exists. Are there needs? Do consumers need more? Do they have what they need? And this study would allow us to better understand the changes that have been made in state law and how that affects entities that do business here in our state, our ability or inability to regulate people who are out of the state, and then also understand what do consumers need here in Colorado, and are we meeting those needs? I believe that this is a very good investment of $215,000, not a lot of money. It's not creating a new office. And I think all of us in the chamber understand who the Attorney General is. I don't want to speak for the Attorney General, but I think the folks at UCCC might want to know this information as well. So I'm proud to stand with my good friend from Aurora and ask for an aye vote on 16A, that's J044.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I first of all want to thank my good friend and colleague from Douglas County who made sure that we got this amendment right. Because what you saw in your packet earlier looks a little different. And like he already mentioned, it doesn't change in the appropriations, but what it does, it creates more clarity as it relates to the language. He did an excellent job explaining it, so I'm not going to be repetitive. But basically what this bill will do, it will just drive the Department of Law, Consumer Protection Credit Union to make sure that we're studying and making sure that our lending laws are promoting responsible and affordable credit options for the people of Colorado. So please vote yes on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on J044? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of J044. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and J044 is adopted.
Thank you, ma'am.
Will the clerk please read amendment number 17?
Amendment 17.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am honored to move Amendment 17, J005. What this would do is the following. We know that stable housing is critical to the health and safety, not only of the family housed, but to the community as a whole. Many U.S. citizen children have one or both parents who cannot document legal presence. And it's well established that stable housing is key to a child's ability to learn. There are over 140,000 U.S. citizens in Colorado that live with at least one family member who's undocumented. And under current law, that entire household would be denied housing assistance. We know that undocumented immigrants comprise 5% of the Colorado workforce and also pay $156 million a year in state and local taxes. And stable housing is important, again, for their families and for our community's well-being as a whole. And so with that, I move Amendment 17, J005, in order to ensure that there is a line item, there are funds available in the line item of the budget to be able to support the Department of Local Affairs Affordable Housing Construction Grants and Loans program. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of amendment number 17. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 17 is adopted. Will the clerk please read amendment number 18?
Amendment 18.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 18. What Amendment 18 does, it adds an additional $10 million general fund money to the Colorado Water Conservation Board and the Department of Natural Resources for a water plan implementation grant program. Folks, our water projects are getting behind $100 million a year for the next 20 years to catch up. So $10 million is not a lot, but it's a good start. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I certainly agree with my colleague and friend from Montrose County on the need in this area. And I've got good news because we are going to do not 10, but $20 million in this area of additional money through the state stimulus package. And I think we're going to have additional options as we look at other state and federal stimulus resources. And so with that, I think it would be a wiser decision to not pull this from the general fund reserve in this current long bill you have in front of you. And so I urge a no vote on Amendment 18.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm certainly not on the JBC, but 20 and 10 makes 30. That still leaves us 70 short a year. Ask for an aye.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is for the adoption of amendment number 18. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it, and the bill is lost. The amendment is lost. Will the clerk please read amendment 19?
Amendment 19. J037 to Senate Bill 205.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues. Again, don't need a preamble with this. When things like the red flag bill came up, and I talked about the fact that we need to really get serious about screening our students for mental health, for safety. $5 million is what we had in the budget originally. Colleagues, we know how much money we just allocated towards diapers for kids in our state. Asking for an additional $2 million to the Department of Public Health and Environment, specifically to be used for mental health screenings for our students. I'd ask for an aye vote.
Senator Hansen.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And on Amendment 19, colleagues, I wanted to make sure you had some context as you evaluate this one, that we do have state stimulus money earmarked, set aside, and targeted for this exact purpose. I don't believe we need Amendment 19 as a result, and it would effectively pull money out of the general fund reserve for next year. And so I ask for a no vote on Amendment 19.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of amendment number 19. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Will the clerk please read amendment number 20?
Amendment 20.
Senator Smallwood. Again, Senator Smallwood. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 20.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking for a smaller amount here. Here we're focusing on additional funding for suicide prevention program within CDPHE. $500,000, colleagues, out of our figures that we've been talking about here. Would ask for your aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and very similar to the discussion we had on Amendment 19, I think Amendment 20, while certainly identifying a very important line item in our state budget, we have some additional funds that are headed in this direction from stimulus package, and I don't think we should pull out of our general fund reserve. So again, ask for a no vote on Amendment 20.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of amendment number 20. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Will the clerk please read amendment number 21?
Amendment 21.
Liston. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move Amendment 21.
To the amendment.
Thank you. Members, what this is that you're well aware that one of the things that we supported here earlier in the session was to appropriate money for a special, unique type of helicopter to fight our wildfires. It's called a Firehawk. And as good and as great as that one helicopter is, I firmly believe, and I think the citizens of Colorado would, you all would agree with me, that we want to protect our forests and our and the animals and our pristine environment that we have in Colorado. And after seeing all of the wildfires that we saw last year, it's great that we have one, but we really need two, because, for instance, as big and as diverse as our forests are and everything, is that what if there's a fire way in northwestern Colorado and then there's a fire down in Los Animas County? There's no way that this good helicopter can be both places at once. And what if it breaks down? Unfortunately, you know, even new equipment breaks down. So thinking ahead, because these helicopters, it's not like we just go buy them off the lot. You have to order them. I believe I am correct that this Firehawk that we're getting, we're not even going to get it until next year in 2022. So we still have to go through a whole season without it. They're highly effective. They can take 12 men at least and over 1,000 gallons of water and drop them in literally right by a fire that's just started and take that 1,000 gallons of fire retardant or water and drop it right on a clump of trees that's going up. They can go to a body of water and get refilled almost instantaneously. So, you know, this is good fire prevention that Colorado should have not one but two of these Firehawks. And the other point I would make is I'm sure someday that we'll realize how valuable they are and cost effective they are, that we'll want to order one, and the longer we wait, the more expensive they'll be. And last but not least, it's a sound investment, because these large wildfires that we have, they burn tens of millions of dollars worth of valuable forest land and homes and other structures. So, you know, this is excellent prevention. So I urge an aye vote on Amendment 21. Thank you.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can the good senator from Colorado Springs please explain the difference between a Blackhawk and a Firehawk?
Senator Liston.
Thank you. Yes, to the good senator from Denver. What the difference is a Blackhawk is a military. It's the military version of the Firehawk. The Firehawk simply they've attached a water tank to the bottom of it, and probably some other sundry types of things. So the Blackhawk, which is a great helicopter for the military, we see them flying over Colorado Springs all the time. But this is the civilian version of it, and it's specifically made to fight fires, where the Blackhawk is military aircraft. I hope that answers your question.
And knowing is half the battle. Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise in support of Amendment 21. I'll tell you a number of reasons why. First, as many of you may or may not know, I'm an avid skier. This year's snowpack has been very sparse. Last year's was okay, and the year before was very sparse as well. Look at any map of the state, and we're in extreme drought. I submit that this summer is going to be once again a very difficult fire season, and probably going forward for many years. An investment like this could conceivably save a city like Boulder or Colorado Springs from being a major insurance liability, much like New Orleans was with Katrina. So I applaud the senator for bringing this amendment. I think it's forward-thinking and money well spent. And furthermore, I think policymakers, the governor included, should consider issuing a statewide fire ban sooner rather than later, given that this summer is going to be very dry. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Kolker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise in support of this amendment as the Firehawk is built in Centennial, Colorado. If you didn't know that. They are retrofitted there, the Blackhawks, at the Centennial Airport. So in support of that, I rise in support. United Rotorcraft is the company over there that held the bill signing. And it's an excellent opportunity to see some economic stimulus here in the state.
Senator Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to rise in support of my good friend from Centennial, who represents the northern end of the runways at Centennial Airport, and proud to join the southern end of the runways that are in Douglas County in Senate District 30 in support of the amendment.
Senator Rankin.
So thank you for the amendment. Firehawk is indeed a fantastic weapon to fight fires. Find them early, get fire crews on site, put out the fire. The debate, and this has been discussed widely in several forums, JBC funding, the debate is the whole continuum. It's about forest management, it's about mitigation of the forest interface, it's about preventing fires before they occur. And then it's about detecting fires, putting them out, and then it's about restoring. If you go to Glenwood Springs, we're restoring a 100-year-old watershed that was damaged. Up in Grand Lake, where Northern Water gets their water, watershed is damaged for many miles around Grand Lake. So the debate is achieving a balance. So the way the debate went is let's do as much as we can in mitigation. Let's get at least one Firehawk on order, and then let's try to match federal grants for restoration. So that's how the balance went. And the outcome was that we move ahead and put one of these helicopters on order. Sure, it would be nice to put another one on order, but I just wanted to give you a little context of the whole issue of fire mitigation, extinguishing, and recovery, because the balance that we struck was this one helicopter on order, along with literally as much resource as we can absorb and have the capacity for in mitigation on the front end. There will be a lot more to come on this, and indeed, we may come back and say, let's get another helicopter on order in the near future, next year. But for now, that's the way the debate went, and the outcome was, well, you see, one helicopter. So as much as I appreciate the thought behind this, as much as I personally would like to see another helicopter on order, I think we have to honor the debate that went into it.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, the good senator from northwestern Colorado, I appreciate it. And I realize that, that there's other aspects of this, like you say, the mitigation, which I fully support. I've always supported the mitigation. To use that old adage, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. I agree with that. I am just kind of thinking ahead, trying to, because mark my words, I will go on record that I think that sometime over the next year or two or three or four, we will realize how valuable these Firehawks are and how useful and how much that they've saved our forest lands and saved the taxpayers. I mean, it's a win-win-win situation for everybody. So the longer that we wait, the more expensive these Firehawks are going to be. So part of where I'm really coming from on this, I know that this major aerospace company, Boeing, or any manufacturer of aircraft, a lot of times, they can only produce so many aircraft each year. And that's probably true for the manufacturer of the Firehawks, it's the Black Hawk model. But let's put in our order now. It doesn't mean we have to necessarily take delivery in 2022 or 2023, but we'll have our place in line. We can probably nail down a favorable contract, and we'll find that we're going to need it and want it, and we're going to say, it's so great that Senator Liston, I won't take all the credit, but the Senate had that foresight to reserve another Firehawk because Colorado needed it, and it's so useful in 2023. that they were so smart in 2021 when they ordered it. So let's think ahead, members. We have lots of money, stimulus money that's still coming. And I think that if there's a will, there's a way. So I urge and I vote for Amendment 2021 to save the forests and save the animals. Thank you.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And just briefly, I'm reminded of the old adage that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And one of the things this amendment would do is put us badly out of balance when it comes to mitigation versus suppression. We already have a helicopter on order. This body has already put one in the queue. I don't believe it's necessary to add another in the near term. And keep in mind that this has significant ongoing costs. So not only do we commit $18 million with this amendment, we then would immediately need to commit another $6 million to convert it to a Firehawk, and $4 to $5 million per year for the pilot, the maintenance, the fuel, etc. So this is a very big commitment that we make each time we consider an asset like this. And we need to balance mitigation with suppression. And doing 2 Firehawks this year throws us badly out of balance. We get huge upside from mitigation and watershed protection. We are underinvesting in that, and we need to do more on that in the coming fiscal years, not additional air resources. And also keep in mind, it's not just one Firehawk we're adding next year. We're also adding leased aircraft, other types of small aircraft, fixed wing, and helicopter assets. So you have to look at the full context. That's exactly what we did with the experts from across the state at the JBC. And for that reason, I ask for a no vote on Amendment 21.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, members, I don't know if any of you have ever seen the effects of a wildfire close up. I mean, really close up. I have. I've mentioned several times. I'll continue to mention it again. You know, it's one thing when you read about it in the paper, or you see the smoke plumes, or you see the side of the mountainside that's been burnt. But when you go up to a wildfire, like I did down in Huerfano County, the Spring Creek fire, and you see these trees and the land and everything, it is like, because that's really the equivalent, it is like a H-bomb went off. The ground is slick. The trees are just absolutely blackened. I mean, it's just unreal when you see what's happened to forest lands after a wildfire. I mean, it's sickening. You know, it makes you really sad to think not only what's happened to thousands and thousands of acres, but what's happened to the animal life and so forth. But when you see it up close, and the Spring Creek fire, because I was down there when they had a couple of planes trying to put this humongous fire out, where they knew exactly where the fire started. I mean, they knew where ground zero was. And if they would have had an aircraft like this, the Firehawk, they could have been right on top of it in an instant or so. But with one helicopter, and none of us, I don't know, maybe the good senator from Routt County will be able to tell us. I don't know where they're going to keep this thing based. Probably, hopefully, somewhere up in the forest lands. But Colorado's a big state, and last year in August, September, I think we had 2 or 3 big fires going at once, if I'm not mistaken, and it was taxing the crews, taxing the aircraft. And just to have one of these Firehawks, I think we're going to find, I'm really sincere about this, we're going to find that, gosh, I wish we had another one. Let me tell you another story. It's true. Colorado Springs is the home of the global super tanker. That's where it's based. And I remember the big fires back in 2018. And I went right to the headquarters, to the operations center, and I go, gosh, why can't we get the global super tanker to help put out these fires? It's a hop, skip, and a jump away from these fires in Colorado. And they go, well, there's only one of them. There's only one. And it's under contract somewhere else. We're sorry. There's nothing we can do. It might be available for you next year or 2 years from now which would have been 2020. Wouldn't it have been nice to have the global super tanker to put out some of these major fires? But no, there's only one of them. So, members, mark my words, we're going to want one of these things, another one of these Firehawks. We're going to need it. And as to the cost, like I say, we can reserve it and get in the queue. That doesn't mean we have to pay for it all at once. I know the fiscal note says $18 million, but it's my belief that if we went to the manufacturer and said, look, we want to put a third down now and get in line because we're pretty sure we're going to need this in 2023, I'm sure they would take our money and we wouldn't be spending that maintenance cost, that extra $6 million until we really need it. Members, I urge and I vote for Amendment 21. Thank you.
Senator Rankin.
Well, thank you, Senator from El Paso County. I'll stick to my no vote request for several reasons. One of them is, the senator from Denver talked about achieving the balance. And, we are a deliberative body, and until we achieve that balance between mitigation, suppression, restoration, it's not going to make sense to the majority of us to commit to the next helicopter. It's just a matter of where we focus resources now. I will remind you that there was some long bill adjustment. There are two different JBC bills, and there are two different stimulus bills around this subject of achieving balance. So as we go forward, I think we have a great opportunity to talk about the toolkit. And by the way, I want to just take a minute to thank our Division of Fire Prevention and Control and all of our local firemen, truly heroes who get on top of these little fires. Thousands of them every year. A few of them break out. Unfortunately, I had the opportunity to walk in some ashes this summer because a lot of these were in my district. But we first have to achieve that balance, and then I hope, Senator, that we come back and ask for that next Firehawk pretty quick. So thank you for the amendment. Vote no.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion on the floor is the amendment of amendment number 21. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost.
The clerk, please read Amendment 22. Smooth handover.
Amendment 22.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Chair.
may I, before you move it, just say thank you for the amazing food. Very well cooked. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
To the amendment, Senator Cook. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 22.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Along those lines, there's an old saying, don't bite the hands that feed you. And so I would ask for an aye vote so you don't bite my hand and by voting no on the hand that fed you. But what this bill does, or the amendment does, it takes $3 million that's already in the general fund and adds another $3 million for the body-worn camera grant program. If you all remember 217, it requires all law enforcement agencies to have body cams by a certain date. However, there is no money appropriated for that. There are over 260 law enforcement agencies in the state, over 13,000 law enforcement officers. Body cams cost around anywhere from $300 to $500, but to do all the things required in 217, you're gonna have to buy the high-end one, the $500 one. If you take that by 13,000 law enforcement officers, that's over $6 million. Colorado Springs recently spent $750,000 on their body cam system, $572,000 for just the body cams alone. And this really affects agencies from very small agencies throughout the state, small, rural, mid-sized, large. But the body cam is not all of the expense, the camera. Colorado Springs spent $20,000 a year on data transmission, $150,000 to pay benefits for evidence techs that do nothing but monitor the body cam program. Problem is there's no funding for this, other than the $3 million. It's going to take at least $6 million to have agencies comply statewide on this. I would ask for an aye vote because, again, we mandated this. And if we can't afford to do it, then we shouldn't be mandating body cameras for everybody. So I would ask for an aye vote.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I know the senator from Greeley was feeling self-conscious about the cooking of meatless options, but they were cooked perfectly, so thank you. On this amendment, as was stated, we did include $3 million for this program. I think we are struggling to determine what exactly is the need, because it is a new requirement. It is over an extended period of time, right? It's not like the requirement goes into effect immediately. It is phased out over a period of time. And so I think once we get a handle on what the true need is, I don't think you'd see any objection from members of the Joint Budget Committee to ensure that local law enforcement agencies have the resources that they need to institute this. But we did include $3 million. Hopeful that we will get an idea of what the true need is, and then we can come back and adjust later.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would encourage an aye vote on this amendment. I have heard from my House District Committee Chair that this was of a particular concern for my House District, as well as the Arvadans for Progressive Action have made this their #1 priority as a local issue. They believe very strongly that we need to be able to support and provide the appropriate resources so that we can actually do a good job about enforcing the laws that we have already passed. And so I would ask for a yes vote.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, the body camera is actually almost the cheapest part. But we need to give some relief there. The storage is really expensive. I talked to a sheriff who says he has to spend $1,200 to $3,000 a year per deputy for storage. So we need to give them some relief on the camera so that they can actually pay for the storage and the added personnel. So I'd ask for an aye vote.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So thanks for the amendment. We need to do this. We will do this. It's just a matter of process. So I just point out that this kind of issue where we're developing the requirement is absolutely open to supplemental bills as we go forward and as the requirement develops. We put the $3 million against it because that was just a guess at a good start. And so I want to assure you that that was the start, recognizing that the legislature is absolutely committed to this funding.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 22. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it. That amendment is lost. Will the clerk please read Amendment 23?
Amendment 23.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 23.
To the amendment.
This is an increase in funding for the Colorado Civil Rights Division. This is an extremely important allocation. It's only $650,000 a year, but right now when someone in Colorado faces discrimination or harassment in employment, housing, or public accommodations, claims can take up to 450 days. That's too long for people seeking justice and remedy. And so this allocation allows us to hire some more full-time employees, including investigators, to help make sure we're speeding up the process.
Senator Corum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I actually asked for an aye vote on this. I think this is important. We're waiting too long for these investigations to happen, and the representative outside the door, the sergeants need to send him out. Get rid of that man.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 23. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The aye has it, and Amendment 23 is adopted. Will the clerk please read Amendment 24?
Amendment 24.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Amendment 24.
To the amendment.
Thank you. Members, Amendment 24 is asking for $149,550,000 to be appropriated from the general fund to the State Highway Supplementary Fund for specific projects that are listed within the state's 10-year strategic project pipeline. Since 1993, this state has had a responsibility to create a 20-year multimodal transportation plan. In 2019, the state embarked on an effort to refresh our transportation plan and priorities based on firsthand input from residents across the state. The effort was touted as the most expansive outreach process in the history of the department. Along with updating the 2045 multimodal transportation plan, a 10-year strategic project pipeline, also known as a capital improvement plan for the state, was created. The list of projects in the state strategic project pipeline are regionally and state significant projects. The list equals about $10 billion in a list of projects. The list came from a planning process with our 15 transportation planning regions, 10 of which are rural, 5 are metropolitan planning organizations. This truly was a bottom-up approach, grassroots approach to developing our capital improvement plan or our 10-year strategic project pipeline. Senators, it's time that we get serious about funding our capital improvement plan and funding transportation in Colorado. It's time we get serious about prioritizing transportation. The people of Colorado keep asking us to do it. We all know that investing in transportation creates ripple effects across the economy, resulting in new jobs and economic growth. In 2018 alone, the U.S. Department of Commerce stated the construction industry contributed $21.3 billion to Colorado's gross domestic input. Construction wages and salaries alone totaled $11 billion statewide. Here's what else we know. From not building and getting our transportation projects completed, we know that 38 million gallons of fuel is wasted, representing a direct cost to travelers and the environment because of the congestion on our roadways. Traffic congestion costs Colorado $3.6 billion each year. We also know that by 2045, the number of those 65 and older will increase by 29%. That means the need for mobility services such as local transit, regional and statewide transit, and busing will increase dramatically. We also know that our interstate corridors like I-25, I-70, and I-76 are key freight routes for the state and are in need of major pavement reconstruction due to years, and I mean years, of deferred maintenance. And all of these projects focus on safety improvements as well. So again, I'm asking for the amendment, asking for your vote on an amendment that would take just shy of $150 million from the general fund and put forward into the state highway fund, highway supplementary fund, for a list of specific projects which are listed here. The projects represent, again, regional and statewide significant projects throughout the state and every portion of the state in every single transportation, regional, engineering area. The improvements within this amendment include a mixture of highway improvements, bridges, and $11.25 million of transit expansion projects. They are advancing the projects that exist in the state's capital improvement plan, in the state's vision for Colorado's transportation system, identified as a 10-year strategic pipeline of projects. These projects are ready to go. They can be completed. A lot of these projects have been in the plans for years. CDOT doesn't need to go create any more lists. We simply need to do our job and fund transportation, make it a priority for the state of Colorado. Thank you.
The senator from Lundin had his hand up. Would you like to speak, sir? Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I agree that we have to prioritize transportation in Colorado. And my concern with many of these amendments is they're actually listing out specific projects. And as the good senator from Weld County mentioned, we have this 10-year plan, that actually honors our grassroots, local government, local community approach to identifying plans. And this amendment and many other amendments have specific projects listed. And so I want to do a quick history lesson of transportation funding in Colorado and how we do transportation funding in Colorado, which I think is a pretty exceptional way to do it. So the Colorado territorial government from the 1860s to the 1890s, and by the way, I very much hope the good senator from Douglas County, part-time history professor, likes this lesson. So from the 1860s to the 1890s, we approved 43 toll roads around the state. Going through the history, it looks like the General Assembly from the very first year dedicated funds to the Highway Department, which later became CDOT. Early in its history, when there wasn't a steady, reliable funding mechanism, the power of the rich miners who could build roads and then charge tolls for them became a problem. Later, the legislature in 1899 did authorize the building of a road between Leadville and Pueblo using convicts. According to the history, the legislature used convicts more than any other state at that time to build roads until the late 20s, when complaints from contractors and federal prohibitions turned the state away from convict labor. But here's the important part. The legislature created the Transportation Commission more than 100 years ago. In 1910, and we have a copy of that first Transportation Commission report, after the governor at the time vetoed 50 earmarked bills proposing various road improvements. From then on, so for over 100 years, we've actually been using the Transportation Commission as a way to choose how we are funding transportation and what projects we're doing. That has created today where we have TPRs and MPOs that take input from local governments, come together with a ground-up approach for choosing how we fund transportation. Other states do it differently, and they have a hodgepodge of transportation issues where I, as the transportation chair, could say I want to build a rainbow bridge over I-120th and Sheridan, where I live, and that would happen. But we actually have been doing it a better way for 110 years, and specifically listing projects in these amendments upends that tradition. It upends the work that went into the 10-year plan. And so while I agree that it's very important to fund the 10-year plan, this isn't the way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Winter. I'm hoping that Rainbow Bridge reference was to the Marvel Universe and not Norse mythology. But either way, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to the good senator from Westminster. And I agree with her. Transportation Commission has been picking projects. And this list of specific projects is in the Vision for Colorado's Transportation System. The Transportation Commission themselves approved these projects. First of all, they've done it a few times. But in December of 2020, you can find the complete list of projects on the webpage that talks about these plans, and these projects are in there. As a matter of fact, just as recently as March of 2021, we have a draft of the projects that they are going to fund, and these projects are in there. These projects came up from the base, from the grassroots, from the transportation planning regions. And oh, by the way, we were created in 1992 to develop the first ever statewide transportation plan. Came up from those, went to the STAC, the State Transportation Advisory Committee, who recommended this list of projects, worked with the commission, worked with CDOT. Then CDOT, the Transportation Commission at the Department of Transportation, approved these projects. Then they started programming these projects. The projects that are listed here are projects that are in the first 4 years of the state's transportation plan, the STIP, the State Transportation Implementation Plan. They are in the first 4 years of the 10-year strategic pipeline of projects. They just simply are not funded. We have close to $10 billion worth of projects in the 10-year strategic plan. Only $1.8 billion is funded. We need to get serious about transportation in this state.
The senator from Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. You have heard us say many times that the people of Colorado have been very clear about their priorities. They want to get back to work in jobs that pay them more. Their employers would like to be able to hire more people. They would like their children to be back in the classroom, learning and regaining the ground that they've lost. And they would like us to fix the roads and bridges of Colorado. Now, you're going to hear some arguments against this. First, you're going to hear, oh, but this violates local control. This upsets a very complicated, labyrinthine process that we've had in our statute since the 1800s. The reality is this honors that process. If you look into the CDOT documents, and you got a little preview, you can look in the most recent, the 4-year plan. The list of projects are honored. They honor this 4-year plan. You can look into the 10-year plan and see what's called out for in the 10-year plan. In fact, this list honors that 10-year plan. It honors the process and identifies what needs to be done. You're going to hear an argument that says, oh, no, we must expand our reserves. We shouldn't be fixing the roads and bridges of Colorado. We should be expanding our reserves. But the reality is, if you look further into the list of ways that this General Assembly chooses to expend its money, you're going to see that there is $170 million of Democrat politician pet projects that will be somehow funded. And you will not hear the argument against those pet projects that they are in fact taking money from the reserve. Those pet projects are things like innovative housing and community revitalization of $60 million. Clean energy finance, to charge ahead Colorado to identify locations to install more EV, electric vehicle charging stations, $40 million. You're going to hear about Colorado startup loan funding, $30 million. Purchasing hotel rooms and renting hotel rooms, $15 million. Investments in irrigation infrastructure projects that, quite frankly, if you talk to the folks that would be affected in the areas that these irrigation projects are being requested for, would not be requested. The answer is this idea that there isn't the money is false. There's $170 million of Democrat pet projects that will somehow magically find funding. You are going to hear at the end of the day, as we move further into this session and we get to a broader conversation about restoring and building the roads and bridges of Colorado, you're going to hear from one side of the aisle that we must raise your taxes, but we're not going to call them taxes, we're going to call them fees. And so we're going to hide the fact that we are going to you, Mr. and Mrs. Colorado, raise your taxes without even giving you the opportunity to vote, as the Taxpayer Bill of Rights gives you a right to vote. We're going to raise your taxes instead of putting the money we have to work on the roads and bridges of Colorado today. So the answer is you're going to hear arguments against this, but to my ears, those arguments ring hollow. They fall flat. They do not do what we've been sent here to do, and that is solve the priorities on behalf of the people of Colorado. This amendment asks for $149 million. I'm telling you, there's $170 million set aside for pet projects that should go away and go into these roads. This amendment identifies roads that are already in the plan. Many of these roads have their environmental approvals, for heaven's sakes. It takes forever to get the environmental approvals anymore. If you've got a road that's been approved, it's part of the plan, it's environmentally sound and prepared, all we need to do is put the money we already have to work in the engineering, the asphalt, and the concrete that the people of Colorado are asking us to do. So I speak to my colleagues and ask for their support of this amendment, but I also speak to the people of Colorado. We hear you. We want to put the money that you are already paying in taxes into the roads and bridges of Colorado. And we ask that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle join in that effort. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. And I would ask that members keep their comments confined to the amendment and the topic of the amendment. Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. I think we got some pre-debate there on a future debate, which is always great to foreshadow. This is a big conversation, no doubt. What we're talking about right now, though, is Amendment 24, and we heard some great comments from our Chair of Transportation and Energy about the history of this process. The other thing I would add is that in this long bill, you are being asked to approve $124 million set aside for covering the COP payments to cover additional investment in roads and bridges. We did that in Senate Bill 267 together. That was a bipartisan compromise to create $2+ billion of COPs. We are covering those COP payments now out of general fund as proposed in this long bill. You're also seeing significant transportation and infrastructure investments in the state stimulus package, and we're going to continue to allocate significant resources from the general fund and from stimulus package to highway funding. And so with that, I ask for a no vote on Amendment 24.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great. Great. That's a great start. It doesn't even come close to the need. As I explained to you earlier, in the 10-year strategic pipeline of project plans, our capital improvement plan for transportation in the state of Colorado, there's about $10 billion worth of projects that need to be funded. According to CDOT's plan, as of December 2020, they have $1.8 billion in years 1 through 4 funded. They have $3.2 billion of projects that they can program and get going that they don't have the funds for. $3.2 billion. So the $124 million to pay off the COPs is great. It's good. It's late. We should have done it before. Another possible $170 million out of a stimulus, great. Doesn't get us close to the need. This state has horrific needs when it comes to transportation, and they have been woefully underfunded for years. So I ask you for an aye vote on Amendment 24, the amendment that takes the Transportation Commission approved plan and advances specific projects in that plan. And let's put our money to work for the citizens of Colorado.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do rise in support of Amendment 24 and thank the senator from Weld County for bringing the amendment. I also want to say thanks to the chair of the Senate Transportation and Energy Committee. I did enjoy the history lesson. Agree with what she had to convey very much. It's important that the people of Colorado understand how transportation projects are funded in our state and who makes the decisions on what gets done. Because Colorado is unique. We have a unique state constitution, really founded in the concept of local control back in 1876, and it remains that way today. So when we have constituents who move to Colorado from other states where such decisions are maybe made at the state legislature or at the governor's office or in a combination of the two, when people come to Colorado and expect that those decisions are made here in the Senate chamber, and they contact their state senator and find out, no, that's not how it works in Colorado, sometimes they say, oh gosh, okay, I have to learn a new way. More often they say, I don't like that, that's not the way it's supposed to work, and that can be very frustrating. So thank you to the chair of Senate Transportation for offering that historical perspective. Another little historical perspective here in Colorado, it comes from our Constitution. It prohibits omnibus bills in the legislature. Well, it prohibits omnibus bills except for one every year, and that's Senate Bill 205, the long bill, the budget, all-encompassing. So I will attempt, Mr. Chair, to keep my comments to the amendment, but the amendment is to a bill that is the only omnibus bill that we get to pass each year, and we have to. Amendment 24 is an amendment that I support, and I think the members of the caucus on this side of the aisle we support, because we have, in relation to state funding and federal funding, this budget, we have consistently pointed to getting people back to work, kids back to school, and roads and bridges. So when we find things in this omnibus bill of Senate Bill 205 that are outside of those three goals, getting people back to work, kids back to school, and roads and bridges, well, we've said before the budget, we say now, and we will continue to say, if it's outside of those three goals, we're going to say, instead of spending money in that way, let's spend it on one of those three goals. And that's what Amendment 24 is. The Good Senator from Weld County has identified $149,550,000 of things we don't necessarily agree with. And that's okay. We don't have to agree. But we think that spending this $149,550,000 on roads and bridges, and to the points that the chair of the Senate Transportation Committee made, we're not trying to presume to decide what projects get done. Transportation Commission, that's their list. We're saying let's spend these dollars now on that list. So I would struggle if we were going to say, no, let's build a new road. Let's build a new highway somewhere. We're not doing that. Let's build a new bridge. No, we're not doing that. We're using their list, and I think it's important that the General Assembly exert itself. We should have this say, to say, yes, we want these dollars, because we are still the appropriators. We want these dollars to go fund the projects that are on their list. I think it's important that we have our voice heard, because we speak for people we represent who come to ask us questions like, well, who decided to put in those extra toll lanes on the interstate? The good senator, I think from Weld County, mentioned earlier, for a long time, those of us who live in the north end of the Gap in Douglas County, the southern end of the Gap down in El Paso County, we've been hearing from constituents who've demanded that work get done, and to the points we've already discussed, we don't decide that. CDOT, county commissioners, Dr. Cog, the Pikes Peak Regional Council, they decide those things, but we don't. So when constituents come to me and ask, well, who decided that the Gap got done and that at least one lane north and south would be tolled? Express lanes. You pay more to take that, and I have to explain, well, I didn't. The legislature didn't. Well, except the legislature did back in 2009 when it approved the FASTER bill that created 2 new enterprises at CDOT. And Mr. Chair, I'll come back to this bill, but this amendment in Senate Bill 205, but those are the kinds of questions that we get, and the answer is we didn't make those decisions. Enterprises and their boards, and oh, by the way, the board of each of those enterprises at CDOT, that's the Transportation Commission. Well, who's at the Transportation Commission? Those are appointees of the governor, not elected. And the constituents, they don't know who those people are. They know who we are. So I rise in support of Amendment 24 because it lends our voice. We're saying yes to the projects that have been identified outside of this building. Yes, let's put these state tax dollars to work in funding that list. Yes, let's get this work done. And yes to what the people of Colorado are asking us to do. Get people back to work, kids back to school, and to fund roads and bridges. Not only the construction of new roads and bridges, but maintaining and improving those that are in a degraded state. That's what Amendment 24 is about. We may not agree about everything in this omnibus bill. We may not agree with the majority on everything that they want to do. New ways to spend money, restoring ways to spend money. But we can agree on this. I ask for an aye vote on Amendment 24. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion for Amendment 24, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 24. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. Noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Will the clerk please read Amendment 25?
Amendment 25, J028 to Senate Bill 205.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 25.
Thank you for moving it to the amendment.
Clearly, this body rejected that last amendment because it was too small. Or maybe you didn't like some of the projects. I decided another way to go about this was to focus on the key tourist areas where locals are demanding that we fix the roads, those roads that they travel every single day. When I took a look at the long list that CDOT has already approved, projects that are ready to go, I saw roads like State Highway 119 in Boulder, Let's fix that road. Maybe you live in Pueblo. Pueblo has a $60 million need to fix I-25 through the middle of the state. Those folks who live in Wheat Ridge in Arvada sit right in the middle of a road that leads up to our great mountains. So that's why I picked I-70 as the Harlan Road Bridge project. And then there are a bunch of other rural roads out west, from Blue Mesa, Lake City, Leadville, Vale, Aspen, Gunnison, Poncha Springs, Hotchkiss, Crawford, and Salida. Folks who live in those areas are demanding a quick and immediate fix. It's time for us to put some money where our mouth is. I know this number is small. I'm only asking that $176 million be put toward fixing these projects. That's small in compared to the $10 billion list that they have out there, but these are shovel ready and ready to go. These are already approved by CDOT. They're on their plan and they're just waiting for the funding. So this is our chance to say to the folks in Boulder, Vale, Wheat Ridge and Arvada, and throughout Pueblo and the rest of the state, it's time to fix those roads.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask that you support Amendment 25 as well. Again, these projects are projects that are listed in the 10-year strategic pipeline of projects in the first 4 years that need to be funded. These projects are ready to go. These projects have come through the ranks. Many of these projects have been sitting in a transportation regional plan for well over 15, 20 years. People have been waiting long enough to have their projects funded. I know for a fact that several of these projects were in the 2015 or the 2020 statewide multimodal transportation plan. Members, it's time that we start putting some serious funds towards fixing our transportation problems in this state. Ask for an aye vote on Amendment 25.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 25. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Those have it, and that amendment is lost. Will the clerk please read Amendment 26?
Amendment 26, J09 and Senate Bill 205.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 26.
To the amendment.
I know how this body hates to waste money. So far, we've invested $1.2 billion to fix the north end of I-25, to expand our primary transportation artery. It has all been for naught. Trucks and heavy traffic are squeezed back to 2 lanes through one of the busiest sections of that interstate. Those squeeze points not only lead to congestion, traffic jams, and pollution, but they are among the highest accident locations in the state. Amendment 26 puts $50 million to finally finish the North I-25 corridor by expanding an express lane between Highway 56 and 402. We'll have a straight 3-lane travel method to go north out of Denver so that our freight, our tourists, our workers can get back and forth freely, safely, and quickly.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of Amendment 26. This project has been in the plans for well over 20 years. Funding I-25 north in North Colorado is extremely important. I-25 is considered a national highway of significance. It's a national freight corridor, and it's a corridor that assists in our national security. In 2013, when the flooding occurred in this state, I-25 in this area was closed. Can you imagine on Friday the 13th, 2013, every north-south road in northern Colorado, including I-25 and Highway 85, were closed because of flooding. This road is in desperate need of repair. Sections of this segment 6 on I-25 project, we were told in 2012 that they had at that time, in 2009, we were told that they had a 10-year lifespan. Well, it's 2021, and we haven't fixed the road yet. So members, ask that you support this amendment. It's important, again, that we start funding transportation in the state of Colorado.
That was tough math, but I think I got it. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment 26. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? Noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Will the clerk please read Amendment 27?
Amendment 27, J032 to Senate Bill 205.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am coming to you today as a politically correct dairy farmer. So what is happening in transportation? The dairy farmer would say, we're nursing from a bad back quarter. You know what I'm saying. Monday, the road to my house is closed for 19 hours a day for 2 years. Means at least an hour longer drive for me, several more miles. And this is happening because somehow we can't afford an additional $8 million. So we're talking millions and billions of dollars here today. But it's okay to destroy the economy of a community for $8 million. It's okay. They're just rural people. They don't really matter. I'm going to tell you, it's getting a little irritating. And with that, I moved Senate Bill, or Amendment 27. This is only $1.85 million, but it is the access to what Colorado calls their diamond jewel in state parks, Ridgeway State Park. Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion of Amendment 27, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 27. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? No. Noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Will the clerk please read Amendment 28?
Amendment 28, J034 to Senate Bill 205. Amend printed bill.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The dairy farmer is still at the podium. This bill amendment takes $16 million. Understand, this has been 10 years on the plan. It's just waiting for funding. That's all. It's waiting for funding. But it once again becomes very irritating when we're asking for $16 million, $1.8 million. When I look to the south and I see the GAP project that all of a sudden has a $200 million overrun. Did you hear that? $200 million. Thank you, CDOT. It's good to know we're doing so well. I look at I-70, $150 million overrun. Yet rural Colorado, where your food, fiber, and natural resources come from, the towns, the counties, the communities that support your way of life, and I'm talking to my sidewalk senators right now, those that don't live on a dirt road, those that have a sidewalk in front of their house. We're always talking about how lives matter. Seriously, our lives matter too. We need funding. Ask for an aye vote.
Question before us is the adoption of Amendment 28. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The noes have it. Amendment 28 is lost. Will the clerk please read Amendment 29?
Amendment 29, J038 to Senate Bill 205.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Third time's a charm. Cut $4 million out of this one. This is,
Sorry, Senator, will you please move the amendment?
thank you, I move Amendment 29.
Do the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. This is in a little community north of Natarita.
Natarita Nuclear. Now, maybe you've heard of that. There's one that has. Had the cleanest coal fire plant in the nation. 120 jobs of 360 in the community. Those are no longer there. Their hope is tourism. Great rock climbing, backcountry, jeeping, mountain biking, everything you can imagine. Hunting, fishing. But that's not important because there's only a few people live over there. They don't have the clout. You know, they don't have the voting. I was checking here a while back, talking about rural Colorado. There's 4 senators in this room on this side of the aisle that represent 78% of the landmass of Colorado. We're not asking for any favors. We're asking for a level playing field. And that's all. We don't need a 6-lane road. A good 2-lane road is good enough. We'll take that. Ask for an aye vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proud to rise in support of Amendment 29. And I'm also proud to say, yeah, I know where Natarita and Nucla are. If you haven't been there, when we're done here this year, put that on your list of things to do. Drive out west on I-70, and just before you get into Grand Junction, turn left at Clifton. Go down to Highway 50 and turn left and head down toward the good senator's house. About a mile and a half down the road, turn right at Whitewater onto Highway 141. Try to get there by noon that day. Hopefully the weather's nice. And travel down 141 to a little community called Gateway. And then get out in Gateway and look around. You'll think you're in Arizona. You might think you're at the bottom of the Grand Canyon. But don't stop in Gateway. Head further south on 141 and go down to Natarita and Nucla. You'll get to Nucla first and Natarita. I would dare say, or I will say with confidence, it's the most beautiful part of Colorado you've never been to. And I would argue it might be the most beautiful part of Colorado. But if you haven't been there, I guarantee you it's the most beautiful part of this state that you've never seen. And the good senator from Montrose is right. If you're looking to be in crowds of people, you'll be disappointed because there's hardly anybody there. But the fact is, there are people there. That's home to people. That's their part of Colorado. They pay taxes in this state. Their kids go to public schools. They have a right to have good roads and bridges. But if you haven't seen that part of the state, it may seem less important. If you haven't been there, you haven't met the people, I wouldn't go so far as to say you haven't eaten in the restaurants because there's not many of those there. But if you're looking for a place to get away from the crowds and be stunned at the natural beauty, if you don't want to drive all the way down to the Grand Canyon, just go drive 141 between Whitewater and Natarita. It's incredible. And it's definitely worth $12 million to fix that road. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm certainly glad the minority leader asked you to go out I-70. Because if you go on 50, you can't get there from here. For 2 years. Ask for an aye vote.
Question before us is the adoption of Amendment 29. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it. That amendment is lost. Will the clerk please read Amendment 30?
Amendment 30, J039 to Senate Bill 205.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 30.
To the amendment.
Well, thank you. I'm trying to get back to a figure that maybe you think you can afford. So let's talk about Highway 550 south of Montrose, Billy Creek area. 15,000 cars a day. It's not a lot if you think about here. The road's made for 4. I think we had 5 fatalities there last year. $6.5 million. If it happened anywhere on the Front Range and you have that many miles, that many fatalities in a short time, I guarantee you it would be the top of the list. I don't have any expectations of you passing this. I do have expectations of making it right when our stimulus funds come. These projects are ready to go. 1, they've been in the plan for a long time. 2, we need the jobs. Going to back at Highway 141, I talk about 120 of 360 jobs. And we have this thing called just transition. We're going to make it right, folks. We're going to make it right by you. Do you know how many jobs have been created? 6. Ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment 30? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment 30. Are there any aye votes? Or any ayes? I'm used to a different. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 31?
Amendment 31.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, Madam Chair. I never know what to call you, President, half the time, but I call you a friend all the time. I got a winner for you here. $3.5 million in your district. Highway 92. Once again, known as the death loop. $3.5 million. Now, the problem we're having with this, the reason we need to get this done, I mentioned to you about Highway 50 closed. Well, there's an alternate route, Highway 92, across the Blue Mesa Dam over to Hotchkiss, Crawford, Hotchkiss, Delta, back to Montrose. You understand you can't take a big truck over it, but you can put a big RV on it, and you can compete on the corners with the motorcycles. 10 years in the plan. $3.5 million. Let's do it. Let's get a win here today. 3.5 is better than nothing. Is it what we deserve? No. But the people of Delta County deserve that. If you lost a loved one on that highway, $3.5 million is no price at all. Ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion, Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam President.
It's just chair.
Yes, we're still in the committee, aren't we? Madam Chair.
The position determines the title.
Fair enough. Well, I would offer up the honorific regardless. There has been, over the past several amendments, something that I've observed, quite remarkable. Now, I came down here and I waved my hands and I made a big passionate speech about already identified road projects that need to be done, money available, let's do it now, it's important. And we've seen amendment brought quietly, calmly, with a certain poignance, after amendment brought by my colleague from the southwest quarter, I would say, of the state of Colorado, saying, but what about this? No. But what about this? Danger, narrow roads, risky mountain passes. No. Well, but what about this? These are projects that aren't some wild idea. These are projects that are already understood to be in the plan. We've got the money. A simple $3.5 million ask is what's before us now. The quiet eloquence of safety for the people of Colorado is what you're hearing asked. I urge an aye vote.
Further discussion on Amendment 31. Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rise in support of 31 as well. I want to thank the good senator from Montrose for bringing these amendments. And this is another encouragement, not only for the amendment, but if you haven't been on State Highway 92, you should go there. This is incredible treasure, I mean a world treasure area of our state. If you go to the west end of Blue Mesa Reservoir and then turn on to Highway 92 and drive through Crawford and Hotchkiss, your jaw will drop. Go up there during the summer. And if you haven't been there, go see it. It's real. And those people, as the good senator from Montrose has pointed out, there's not that many people there, so they don't have as much of a voice here at their capital. We represent people, not ground. But I happened to drive this stretch of highway with my son last year. And there's some improvement going on there, but man, does it need some improvement. It's a beautiful, stunningly beautiful part of our state. But there just aren't that many people there. It's a little tiny, narrow, two-lane road. It winds around. You've never seen so many S-curves. But the road needs to be improved. And if you don't believe me, either that it needs to be improved or how beautiful it is, please take some time. Don't always take the interstate. But drive up to Gunnison, go out west to Blue Mesa Reservoir, and when you get to the west end of the reservoir, turn off, go across the dam, it's a little spooky, and then wind your way up Highway 92. And when you see the little scenic viewpoint pull-offs, pull off. You'll look down into this emerald green reservoir. And if you haven't been there, you don't even know it's there. You'll drive through agricultural areas that are just stunning, like storybook, movie scenes, that probably are movie scenes. But then take a look, notice how bumpy and rough that road is. And then remind yourself, for the people who live there, that's not some rural, remote part of the state, that's home. And just imagine if your drive home was on such a road. You'd probably say, we need to improve that right now. So again, I'm proud to stand with my good friend from Montrose. If you haven't been in these places, go see. Vote yes on Amendment 31.
Senator Zinzinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would also like to encourage an aye vote. I'm from this area, and I actually just got to visit it over the weekend. I took my kid to go visit Western State College, and it was beautiful. And my children experienced for the first time their mother passing someone by going into the opposite lane of oncoming traffic. They had never experienced that before. They grew up here. They have never been on a two-lane highway before, and they've never experienced me or being in a car or a situation where they have to pass someone by going into the opposite lane. They about had a heart attack. They thought that I was veering off, that I had fallen asleep. They were freaked out. And I explained to them that no, this is just country driving. However, it is a little hair-raising. It does make your heart race a little bit because some of those areas really should not be allowed to pass people in the opposite lane. It really does need improvements because of the sight lines, because of the tight corners. This is just one of those areas. And a few years ago, when I first got into the Senate, I got a phone call from Montrose, so I picked it up, recognized the area code, and it was the coroner from Montrose, Dr. Canfield. And the reason why he called me is he had learned from my parents that I was in the Senate, and he asked me if I would do something about this highway. He said, I am sick to death of people coming into my morgue from head-on collisions from this area. Will you please do something? So this is my moment where I can actually call Dr. Canfield back and let him know that I am trying my best to do something for my hometown. So thank you.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 31, and as we've heard, this is truly a safety project that needs to be completed on the western slope. And I can say that, yes, I've been on this roadway. It's been quite some years ago. This project's been in the plans. People have been asking for it to get completed 15, 20 years. And I just have to say, I just want to tell you about what I think is just the obscurity of sometimes of what we do down here. We're looking at trying to approve a $3.5 million project for safety reasons on our transportation system that we know has been there for years. And a few weeks ago, that we're arguing for today, and a few weeks ago in the Health and Human Services Committee, the diaper bank bill, which was for $4 million, got out of committee. So we're willing to spend $4 million on disposable diapers that aren't good for the environment, by the way. It takes hundreds of years to get rid of them in a landfill. But we won't consider spending $3.5 million on a truly important safety project on our state transportation system. Let's really think about that. I just think that's really obscure, not to mention ridiculous. So I ask you all to vote for Amendment 31.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment 31. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Will the clerk please read Amendment 32?
Amendment 32. Yes.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 32.
To the amendment.
Thank you. Well, I actually understand the previous senator talking about diapers because on some of my roads, you probably wish you had them.
To the amendment.
This is a great bill, amendment. It's $6 million. And let me tell you what makes it so great. One, it is in the good senator from Vale's district. We share a lot of beautiful country together. But the fact that we can't get $8 million so we can lessen the economic impact of the closure of Highway 50, this makes perfect sense because this is on to the top of the hill after you get out of the canyon. And it's $6 million. So if we're going to shut this road down for 2 years, let's spend the additional $6 million and get the road done once and for all and done right. This is a good bill amendment. Vote yes.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rise in support of Amendment 32 as well. Love this area. Spend time every summer as much as I can at Blue Mesa Reservoir. But this route between Gunnison, past Blue Mesa, over to Montrose, beautiful area. The only disadvantage that I see in this amendment is we couldn't have the people of Texas pay for at least half of this, because at least half of the license plates you'll see in that stretch of road during the summer have Texas license plates on them. But the good senator for Montrose is right. If that stretch of road is going to be shut down and access to his community in Montrose, if those people are going to be forced most of the time to drive north up to Grand Junction and then use I-70 to get to Denver, or those of us who are over here on this side of the hill, if we want to get to Montrose, you can't go the beautiful way. If the highway is going to be shut down most of the time the next few years, let's do this project while it's shut down. Why would we do that? Why would we limit access for people in that community sometime in the future? Let's get it all done in one shot. Ask for an aye vote on 32.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment 32. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it and the amendment is lost. Will the clerk please read the title to Amendment 33?
Amendment 33, J027 of Senate Bill 205.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, folks, you've been getting bargain basement prices here recently. Let me raise that bar. Let's talk about Floyd Hill. So what Amendment 33 does is it rebuilds Floyd Hill and makes Interstate 70 functional between here and the Eisenhower tunnels. Obviously, this is a corridor of statewide importance. There are serious safety considerations on the hill itself. And I know that you're looking at a number this big, $100 million, for those of you that aren't following along, and you're thinking, oh, we've got all this money coming from the federal government. Well, some of us have learned not to count our chickens before the eggs are hatched. There are crosswinds blowing in Washington, D.C. that may impact our hoped windfall there. Before I had Clear Creek County in my Senate district, I was guilty of saying, oh, I-70 has congestion 17 weekends out of the year during the ski season. Once I started going to Clear Creek County regularly, they took it upon themselves to educate me about Interstate 70 and how they're trapped in their own homes on the weekends. They can't even get out and go to town. It's so serious that I almost missed a 4th of July parade there one time, just trying to get up there to do a little campaigning. We can't have that now. So I would encourage an aye vote on this transportation corridor that is so important to not just this state, but actually the whole nation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment 31. All those in 33. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Will the clerk please read, there's an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read the title to Amendment 34?
Amendment 34, J031 of Senate Bill 205. Amend printed bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would withdraw Amendment 34 and 35.
Amendment 34 is withdrawn. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read the title to Amendment 35?
Amendment 35.
Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I withdraw Amendment 35.
Amendment 35 is withdrawn. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 36?
Amendment 36, J036.
Senator Heisey.
Okay, there was no appetite for $100 million, so I move Amendment number 36.
To the amendment.
This is a $5.8 million rural paving project.
It runs from the city of Florence in Fremont County up into Custer County, or down into Custer County, if you're looking at the map, and Custer County is south there, to Highway 96. These good folks out there, these are state highways that these folks use. They pay their taxes just like everybody else. It is our responsibility to keep these roads in good working order. The folks need these roads, and this one in particular, just to get to groceries and probably more importantly, medical services. I urge an aye vote on Amendment 36.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 36. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read the title to Amendment 37?
Amendment 37, J040 to Senate Bill 205.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, we've already talked about the importance of east-west corridors, so here's another one. Highway 50. Actually, let me move amendment number 37.
To the amendment.
Thank you. This amendment would put in passing lanes on Highway 50 between Salida and Howard. And I suspect most of you, if you saw a map of Colorado and had to put your finger on Salida, could get fairly close. Maybe not so on Howard, but it is on 50. This goes through the Bighorn Sheep Canyon, which really kind of takes off there about the Royal Gorge and runs most of the way to Salida. It's narrow, it's crooked, but there are places in the canyon where it widens out. Given the increased traffic that we have down there, and again, this is year-round, more so in the summer, but year-round we have heavy traffic. It's important that in those wider areas we put in some passing lanes so folks are not trying to do unsafe things like passing on a double yellow, something I see regularly when I drive out to Howard. I tried to get an accident count from the State Patrol on this, and what I got was a map with dots on it of different colors. You know, red is there was a life lost, and then you had injuries and then property damage. That stretch of road is virtually one dot on top of the other. This is truly a safety consideration, and I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment 37.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 37. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it, and Amendment 37 is lost. There is an amendment on the desk. Please read the title to Amendment 38.
Amendment 38, J013 to Senate Bill 205.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I move Amendment 38.
To the amendment.
Members, this is the last amendment to the long bill, which you should be happy about.
All those in favor say aye. No. Sorry, Senator.
But it's a good amendment. And here's what the amendment does. The amendment puts back in place what the Capital Development Committee had put and recommended to the Joint Budget Committee. Understand the process here is that we make recommendations to the Joint Budget Committee. We prioritize the list based on our discussions with all of those entities that come to us. Then if JBC decides not to go with our list and change our list, by statute, they're supposed to come talk to the Capital Development Committee and explain what they did. Well, that didn't happen this year, and they kind of blindsided the Capital Development Committee, so I didn't have an opportunity to work through this. What I will tell you is I took the numbers that they spent on capital, and I re-put them back in the list as the Capital Development Committee brought forward. And what that means is it funds those projects plus the level 2 controlled maintenance to a certain point. And that was the intention of capital development. Now you're going to hear them come up and tell you that we're going to save money by funding the out-year costs like what they did. The fact of the matter is if you spend $300 million and you save money on those tier 1 items
because of construction costs increase, you're going to lose the same amount of money in the tier 2 level that will be coming up next year. So it's going to cost you the same number of dollars. The idea here is, instead of putting money set aside where they can't spend it all in tier 1, let's get the tier 2 stuff started so we can save money there as well and get many of these projects fixed. As I said, it's the same dollars. You're either going to have increased costs in the second year of those out years that they're trying to fund, or you're going to have increased costs in the tier 2. Ask for an aye vote for Amendment 33.
Further
Or
discussion.
38.
The motion before the body is, Senator.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And members, I'm going to urge a no vote on Amendment 38, much to the surprise of the chamber. A couple of things for you to consider. First of all, we were presented with a tier 1 list that had significant out-year costs. And it certainly was on our minds that we wanted to try to lower the overall contracting costs of projects on the list. The good senator from Sterling brought that up. But what I would add to that is we didn't want to repeat the mistake that we had to deal with last year, which was that we have projects that are halfway or 1/3 through completion, and we had to do COPs last year to finish those off. We didn't want $100+ million obligated in future years in case we have a downturn. And I think that was heavy on our minds when we discussed this at JBC, and so we felt it appropriate to de-risk those projects, to de-risk the budget for capital by making a larger commitment to the tier 1 projects that CDC sent us. So keep that in mind. It was the tier 1 projects that we added additional resources to. The second thing I'll mention is that we wanted to make sure we were covering both Controlled Maintenance 1 and Controlled Maintenance 2. Those are the most critical maintenance projects that we have across the entire state portfolio. It includes higher ed as well as other state buildings. We felt that that was urgent to get those done, to make that commitment, and it has a great stimulative effect because those projects lead to immediate employment. The last thing I'll mention is that we were in constant contact with the chair, vice chair of the CDC, and what you're seeing in the long bill is a result of those communications. So I ask you to please vote no on Amendment 38.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 38. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. To the bill. The motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 205. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and that bill is adopted. Majority Leader Finberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 177 lay over until tomorrow, April 9th.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it, and that bill will lay over until tomorrow. Majority Leader Finberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 61, Senate Bill 72, Senate Bill 173, Senate Bill 116, and Senate Bill 1106, or House Bill 1106, also to lay over until tomorrow, April 9th.
The motion before the body is laying over the Senate Bills 61, 72, 116, 173, and House Bill 1106. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and those 5 bills will lay over until tomorrow. We would then be on to Senate Bill 211. Senator Moreno. Oh, pardon me. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 211?
Senate Bill 211 by Senators Moreno and Representative Huron concerning the removal of certain measures related to the reduction of the adult dental benefit enacted in House Bill 1361 in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 211.
To the bill. The motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 211. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 211 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 215?
Senate Bill 215 by Senators Hansen and Rankin, Representative Harada and McCluskey concerning the use of open educational resources at public institutions of higher education in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 215 on second reading.
The motion before the body, is there further discussion? The motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 215. Are there any no votes? All right, so all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Still second thirds. Senate Bill 215 is passed. Ghostbusters. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 218?
Senate Bill 218 by Senators Hansen and Rankin and Representative McCluskey concerning revenue allocated to the Employment and Training Technology Fund and the Division of Unemployment Insurance and the Department of Labor and Employment.
We already did it.
Senator Hansen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 218 on second reading.
And the appropriations?
And the Appropriations Committee report.
The motion is the adoption of the, I am out of practice at being committee of the chair. The motion before the body is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye. Oh, Senator Rankin, on the appropriations report?
Yeah.
Discussion? Senator Rankin.
The amendment added in the appropriations report capped the transfer that's involved in this bill from the employment trust fund to the IT account in labor and employment.
Further discussion on the appropriations report. Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye. All those in favor say no. The aye has it, and the appropriations report is adopted. To the bill. The motion before the body, seeing no discussion, is the adoption of Senate Bill 218. All those in favor say aye. All those in favor say no. The aye has it, and Senate Bill 218 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 219?
Senate Bill 219 by Senator Rankin and Representative McCluskey concerning the manner in which money is appropriated from the Colorado Avalanche Information Center Fund.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 219.
Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 219. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The two ayes have it, and Senate Bill 219 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 222?
Senate Bill 222 by Senators Rankin and Representative Ransom concerning the repeal of the State Recovery Audit Program in connection with reducing an appropriation.
Is there any, Senator Rankin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 222.
Is there any discussion on Senate Bill 222? Seeing no discussion, the adoption before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 222. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 222 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 223?
Senate Bill 223 by Senators Hansen and Representative Ransom concerning the location of the Department of Revenue Administrative Hearing.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 223 on second reading.
Is there any discussion on Senate Bill 223? Seeing no discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 223. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted, and Senate Bill 223 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 224?
Senate Bill 224 by Senators Hansen and Representative Ransom concerning capital-related transfers of money.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 224 on second reading.
Is there any discussion on Senate Bill 224? Seeing no discussion, there is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L002 to Senate Bill 224?
Amendment L002 to Senate
Senator
Bill 224.
Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L002. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the amendment that deals with the actions that the Capital Development Committee took this morning. by approving an additional overrun for Adams State. Ask for your aye vote.
Further discussion, Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and colleagues. I urge an aye vote on this amendment as well. The Capital Development Committee was able to take a close look at this project this morning. We've got wide agreement that we need to move forward with funding this project and to make sure that we've got functional HVAC systems at Adams State. And so urge your support of L002.
Further discussion on L002. Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L002 to Senate Bill 224. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it and L002 is adopted. To the bill, Senate Bill 224. Further discussion. Seeing no discussion on Senate Bill 224, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 224. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it and Senate Bill 224 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 228?
Senate Bill 228 by Senators Hansen, Moreno, and Representative McCluskey and Ransom, concerning the creation of the para payment cash fund to be used for future payments to the Public Employees Retirement Association in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 228 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Committee, we just made sure that there were the proper fund splits for the para payment. It doesn't all just come from general funds. Some of it comes from cash funds and that kind of thing. So that's what the Appropriations Committee report does.
Is there any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 228. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it and Senate Bill 228 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1102?
House Bill 1102 by Representative Duran and Soper and Senators Hawkins Lewis concerning requirements of pet stores.
Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1102 and the amendment that was heard in Ag and Natural Resources.
Could you also move the Agricultural and Natural Resources report?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move the amendment that was in the Agriculture Committee. Is that? Yes.
We'll take that. Is there any further discussion on the committee report?
Yes, so we amended the bill to remove some of the requirements around licensing of the 13 pet stores that still sell puppies and kittens.
Further discussion on the report. The motion before the body is the adoption of the Agricultural and Natural Resources Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it and that committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've all known about some of the problems with out-of-state puppy mills, and this bill is now a transparency bill. It requires some more reporting from the pet stores about the breeder, and that information will be listed on the Department of Agriculture's PACFA website, which is the Pet Animal Care Facilities log that you can look about information about where the puppy and or the kitten came from. And so I move House Bill 1102.
Further discussion on House Bill 1102.
As amended. What is it?
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1102? Senator Lundin. Thank you, Senator Lundin. That we will stand in a senatorial 5. The Senate will come back to order. Is there further discussion on House Bill 1102? The motion before the body is the adoption of Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the time. My memory is bad, and I remember where we struck out basically in the amendment 7 through 24 on page 3. Can you tell me other changes that were made in the bill?
Senator Hawkins Lewis.
I am happy to help my colleagues remember the committee meeting because I know it gets confusing. We took out licensing requirements that had to do with you could only keep the license in the family's name. We took out other requirements, and this was basically because there were concerns around that it could impact those pet stores businesses. And we're talking about only 13 pet stores in Colorado because the big box pet stores don't sell puppies or kittens anymore from puppy mills and kitten mills.
Further discussion. Senator Quorum.
Thank you, and I apologize. I've been doing so many other things here today. But at one time, it was the sale of the pet store. That has gone away, so that is a saleable item now, can be sold, inherited, or all that, correct? Thank you.
Further discussion. The motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1102. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1102 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1097?
House Bill 1097 by Representatives Young and Pelton and Senators Field and Gardner concerning recommendations from the Colorado Behavioral Task Force and in connection therewith establishing Behavioral Health Administration.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I move House Bill 1097, and there is no committee report.
Further discussion. The motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1097. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1097 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 208?
Senate Bill 208 by Senator Moreno and Representative Herard concerning the transfer of $100 million from the general fund to the state election fund.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 208.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 208? There is an amendment at the desk on Senate Bill 208. Will the clerk please read L001?
Amendment L001 to Senate Bill 208.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L001.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is something that I think we really need to talk about, and I think it's very appropriate that we're talking about it on Budget Day. And we've talked all along of getting our kids back in school. What do we have to do to get our kids back in school? And how do we get kids on the bus? Does the parent feel safe that the kid is on the bus? And, you know, we've talked to several different school districts. Bus ridership is way down simply because of COVID. Cleaning costs have gone through the roof. I was just looking at our alma mater, Montrose High School, and their increased cleaning costs this year is $140,000. Increased cleaning costs. And I think it's important that we get the kids back in school. But we also need to get the kids back in school where it is cleaned with a safe product. How had an opportunity to hear from a friend of mine talk to Dr. Michael Cordona, the new Secretary of Education from Connecticut. And they passed a clean school cleaning bill. You know, a lot of time the cleaning is done with bleach. That's actually dangerous. So we are promoting a pilot program, taking $5 million from this program, from the Department of Ed, and starting this pilot program to help these schools with the outrageous costs of cleaning. Now, as I said, Montrose is just a small district, but 140,000 is a lot of money, so.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for almost 6 decades, the school bus has been the most trusted way to get to school. And in fact, 375,000 of our students normally ride the bus. Yet this year, and we all know why, ridership is down as much as 75% because parents are worried about the health risks of COVID. At the same time that parents are concerned about the disinfection of school buses, the CDC continues to warn us about the overuse of toxic chemicals that clearly state keep out of reach of children. These are the same ones that our state is using. So in my school district in Jeffco, our largest fleet of school buses, they're using social distancing, which means that the bus drivers have to take small groups of kids, then disinfect the bus, and then repeat this process 3 to 5 times, 3 to 5 times a day, depending on the route. So this is a problem if we don't have confidence or faith in the products that are being used, and we also want to make sure that our kids get to school in the safest possible way. And for that reason, we are asking for your aye vote today on this amendment.
Senator Moreno to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I am going to ask for a no vote on the amendment. The entire bill is 10 lines, and here you have a multi-page amendment that is doing what I would argue is outside the scope of what Senate Bill 208 is seeking to do. But instead of asking for a title ruling, I will just request a no vote.
Further discussion on L001 to Senate Bill 208. The motion before the body is the adoption of the amendment. Are there, all those in favor say aye? Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it and that amendment is lost. To the bill, Senate Bill 208. Further discussion. Without seeing further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 208. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it and Senate Bill 208 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 225?
Senate Bill 225 by Senators Rankin and Representative Ransom concerning the repayment of cash funds from which money was transferred in 2020 for the purpose of augmenting the general fund.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. President, I move Senate Bill 225.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill? There is an amendment on the desk to Senate Bill 225. Will the clerk please read L001 to Senate Bill 225?
Amendment L001 to Senate Bill 225.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L001.
To the amendment.
Thank you. If you will recall, those of you that were here last year, we committed grand larceny in raiding cash funds from consumers that had paid money in. And to keep my good friend, the senator from Commerce City, from joining me right here, it was blessed by a judge years before. So there are no warrants for your arrest, at least not for that. But we need to restore those funds that millions of people in Colorado paid when they purchased new tires. I urge and I vote on this amendment.
Further discussion, Senator Moreno Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Amendment L001, I do take exception to grand larceny. I would refer to it as petty theft. But colleagues, in recognition of the fact that we were in a different place last year, ideally we would not have had to transfer money from cash funds. We did. However, particularly for the one that is referenced in this, which is the waste tire program, we have ensured that program will continue through the fall. So I would encourage a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Rankin to the amendment.
Well, I'll do a rare departure from agreeing with my JBC colleagues and ask for a yes vote. This calls to mind this practice, and it's a large practice of sweeping cash funds into the general fund and not repaying them. The largest one is severance taxes over the years. The balance is, I think, still around 300 million that's been swept from various severance tax excesses in years when it was good and not repaid in years when it was lean. We will face that problem in the next couple of years as we have to rebuild those programs. So we have returned some of these in critical areas, and this is one more. The question is for you, when you bought new tires and you paid your waste tire fee, what did you expect that money to be spent for? Did you expect it to go to Medicaid and all of our other programs? I don't think so. And we have many, many cash funds, and it's absolutely legal, based on Supreme Court judgments over the years, to not only sweep a cash fund, but then to raise the fees to replenish the cash fund. That should not be legal, in my opinion. So I'd ask you for restore this one more of these programs that we swept last year to its current state, to its previous state. Thank you.
Further discussion, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand in support of this amendment as well. Believe it or not, I used to oversee the waste tire fund at the when it was at the Department of Local Affairs, and was involved with it when it was first begun. The money in the waste tire fund is to be used for picking up and disposing of illegally disposed of tires, which there are hundreds and hundreds of thousands throughout the state of Colorado. It is also to be used for recycling, and it's used in a manner where we use it for recycling in a lot of really good ways throughout the state of Colorado. So I would urge you to vote yes on this amendment, and let's restore this program.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L001 to Senate Bill 225. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it, and Amendment 2 is lost. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion on Senate Bill 225, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 225. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 225 is adopted. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion before the body at 317 is that the committee is rise and report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
We don't need it.
Mr. President, we've got a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
There we go.
Man, Smallwood, you should chair.
Did you see that?
Thanks, Dominic. Come on. Well played, sir. Well played. Unfair, but no, I shouldn't say that. Not nice,
The Senate will come to order. Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and has had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report has had in consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 205 as amended, Senate Bill 211, 215, 218 as amended, 219, 222, 223, 224 as amended, 228 as amended, 208, 225, passed on third reading and ordered engrossed and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1102 as amended, House Bill 1097 passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 177, 61, 72, 173, 116, House Bill 1106 laid over until 4-9 and retaining their place on the calendar.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is for the adoption of the committee of the whole report. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 001 to the committee of the whole report?
Amendment 001 to the committee of the whole report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move COW Amendment 001.
To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, you get your shot now. This is an opportunity for you to help us all out here and help out counties. This is the amendment to say that Amendment 1 to 205 did pass. And I'll be very brief. We just need to keep our word. In 2017, a survey was done, and it showed that the per diem price per day on average should be $81.65. In 2018, House Bill 1132 was passed, required counties to report to the General Assembly the cost of housing DOC inmates in their county jails. It also required that the General Assembly must consider the information when it establishes the DOC reimbursement. I know there were comments earlier that it's a variety of prices all the way across, or costs all the way across counties. I will just tell you, I found out, Summit County, it costs them $120 per day per inmate. Clear Creek County, it costs them anywhere from $80 to $100, depending on if the inmate needs medical services per day. Weld County, $108 per day. Right now, we are reimbursing $59.42. Amendment 1 said, let's increase that to $80. Let's keep our word. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Having no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 001 to the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Donovan, Buckner, Lee, Senzinger, Coleman, Hawkins Lewis, Danielson, Pedersen, Kolker, Janal, Rodriguez, Gonzalez, Hanson, Story, the Majority Leader, Rankin, Moreno. Please add the President. Senator Fields, please add Senator Fields. With 16 aye votes, 19 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Amendment 001 is lost. Will the clerk please read Amendment 002 to Committee of the Whole report?
Amendment 002, Committee of the Whole report. Senator Lundin moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show the following Lundin and Woodward floor amendment. Day055 amendment to Senate Bill 21205 did pass.
Senator Lundin.
Mr. President, I move Cow Amendment 205, Cow Amendment 002.
To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Crisis in Colorado started out as a pandemic. We made policy choices. We made decisions, and those decisions affected people's lives. The future, that's premise one. Premise two, the future of our state is our children, and their ability to read is fundamental to what our state will look like. Premise three, a hidden crisis lurks. Students who are not able to read, who have fallen behind, who need a little bit of help in order to catch up. This amendment puts $60 million in proven evidence-based programs that we know make a difference, that will help children catch up. It's a critically important thing that we focus our effort on this. I believe, if we have the courage to say so, it is the intention of this body and the broader General Assembly that we will spend the money necessary to catch those kids up in that reading gateway between their kindergarten and third grade year. I urge your support of 02.
Is there further discussion? Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And colleagues, I would urge a no vote on this Cow amendment. As we discussed during earlier debate, the good news is for the Senator from Monument, yes, we have the courage. In fact, we are doing this already. Between federal and state money, we will be spending approximately $100 million on this express purpose. The other thing to keep in mind is that the proponent of this amendment is asking for money that would be allocated after July 1st. So keep that in mind. This is not something that can be rolled out in time for this immediate summer school. And the good news is we have federal money and state money already going to that purpose. So please vote no on this amendment.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate the counter argument, but it lacks the precision of what the circumstances actually are. Yes, there is money that's going. The READ Act is funded. I mean, it's part of what we normally do through the normal formula. But it's funded for what happened before. We need more focused money. The answer is there's federal money, but the federal money's unfocused. We don't know where it's going to go. We don't even know if it's going to arrive in the state on time to do anything. We must take action. This amendment gives us the opportunity. I urge your support for 002.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 002, the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Zenzinger, Rankin, Hawkes Lewis, Coleman, Janal, Gonzalez, Fields, Rodriguez, Lee, Buckner, Patterson, Donovan, Moreno, Winter, the majority leader. Bridges, Hanson. Please add the president. With 17 aye votes, 18 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Amendment 002 is lost.
You guys will like these.
Amendment, there is an amendment at the desk, 003. Will the clerk please read Amendment 003?
Amendment 003 to the committee of the whole report.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Committee of the Whole Amendment 3.
To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I know it was busy, a lot going on in a frenetic kind of environment. You get a chance here, colleagues, to help our students, to help the mental health of our students, to help prevent school violence, to help reduce suicides. That's what these three amendments do. And colleagues, I'd ask you to look at the dollar figures that we're talking about here, especially in the terms of the billions of dollars that we're spending and the tens of millions of dollars that we've already spent. So we'll start with, this is the amendment to Amendment 4, adding $2 million to the Department of Education, make those funds available for school bullying prevention and education grant programs. I'd ask for your aye vote, colleagues.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 003 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Moreno, Hansen, Majority Leader, Gonzalez, Rodriguez, please add the president. With 29 aye votes, 6 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Amendment 003 is adopted.
Who has 4? Where do we go to next? You have 4.
All me. These are all mine in order. Only 3 in order.
What's that one? Report.
Mental health screening for students.
We don't like students.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 004?
Amendment 004 to the Committee of the Whole
Senator
report.
Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President, and to reiterate, I move Committee of the Whole Amendment 4.
To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allocating some money to try to help the mental health screening for our students. We know it's an issue, colleagues. A mere $2 million to help with that. I'd ask for your aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 004 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? No votes on Amendment 004. Senators
You're kind of mumbling. Could you?
This is Amendment 004 to the Committee of the Whole report, members.
You'll like this. You don't need to vote no on it. This is a good one.
Oh, this is a good one.
Senate will stand in a brief recess.
Mental health screening?
The Senate will come back to order. Members, we are on Cal Amendment 004 to the Committee of the Whole. No votes on Amendment 004. Senators Colker, Rankin, Zenzinger, Lee, Coleman, Hawkes Lewis, Fields, Gonzalez, Bridges, Janal, the Majority Leader, Rodriguez, Moreno, Hanson, Donovan, Buckner. Please add the President. With 17 aye votes, 18 no votes, excuse me, with 18 aye votes, 17 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Amendment 004 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 005 to the Committee of the Whole?
Or number 20.
Amendment 005, Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Amendment 20.
To the amendment.
First of all, thank you, colleagues. Thank you for helping address these issues in our state. I move Cal Amendment 5, which is the amendment to number 20 in your packets. And this is quite possibly the most important of the amendments that I'm bringing today, and it's also has the lowest price tag. This is an additional $500,000 to increase funding for suicide prevention program in CDPHE, and I'd ask for your aye vote. This is continuous funding, colleagues, continuous funding.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of Amendment 005 to the Committee of the Whole. Are there any no votes on Amendment 005? Senators Rankin, Hawkes Lewis, Zenzinger, Gonzalez, Buckner, Lee. The Majority Leader, Coleman, Moreno, Hanson,
No, you can move it, but I do want to talk on it.
Okay, I'll let you go first. You go first.
Members, I'm going to repeat no votes just so that we're making sure we get these accurately recorded. No votes currently on Amendment 005 to the Committee of the Whole include Senators Buckner, Coleman, the Majority Leader, Gonzalez, Hanson, Lee, Hawkes Lewis, Rankin, and Zenzinger so far. If you wish to be recorded as a no on Amendment 005, please raise your hand. Rodriguez, Janal, Moreno, Bridges. Please add the president. With 21 aye votes, 14 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Amendment 005 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 006 to the Committee of the Whole?
Committee of the Whole 006.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move Cal Amendment 006, which is a reference to Amendment 5 in our packet.
To the amendment, Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, what this does is it says that Amendment 5, which would provide a very modest 2% increase on the provider rate for our EMTs. I just want to read to you a letter to the editor that was posted back in May of 2020. It says, as our nation faces the greatest healthcare challenge of our time, every Coloradan has been touched in some way by this deadly virus. The threat from this invisible enemy feels close, invasive, and personal. Nobody better understands its highly contagious nature and calamitous effects than the brave Colorado paramedics, EMTs, and other first responders who serve on the front lines of this battle, dangerously close to patients in dire need. EMS providers are often the first and usually the only source of emergency and non-emergency care in rural communities, serving at the intersection of healthcare, public safety, and public health. EMS functions as a safety net across Colorado. Pandemic or not, when Coloradans and our many visitors dial 911 for emergency assistance, they expect a trained EMS responder to show up within a reasonable amount of time. The COVID-19 crisis has brought to a boil the long simmering EMS funding problem. And unfortunately, we will soon reach a juncture where response times may be too long to save lives. That was written by Scott Scholes, and in honor of the EMS providers, we gratefully and humbly ask for a yes vote.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I want to give you a couple of statistics that you might not have been aware of. I just got this also, and it says here, the last time that the Medicaid Provider Rate Review Advisory Committee reviewed transportation rates was in 2016. At that time, they found the rates of the EMT providers were 28% of the benchmark, just 28% of the benchmark. We realize that there's been some additional money, but 28% 5 years ago, you can imagine how much further than they've fallen behind. Another little statistic, is that we've been told by a number of our good JBC members that there's a pool of money, some roughly $50 million that's been set aside for other legislative amendments like this. What we're asking for only represents 5/1000ths of 1%. I'll repeat that, 5/1000ths of 1%. We're not breaking the bank. We're just trying to keep the good EMS people in the game. We've also heard today earlier of all of the transportation amendments to get $3.5 million here, $6 million there, $10 million here. They've all been voted down, and these are on dangerous highways. Who do you think's going to get that first call? It's going to be the EMS providers. We respectfully ask for an aye vote on 006. Thank you very much.
Is there further discussion regarding Amendment 006? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of this amendment. Are there any no votes? Senators Rankin, Hawkins Lewis, Donovan, Pedersen, Lee, Gonzalez, Rodriguez, Buckner, Bridges, Fields. Majority Leader. Please add the Senator Story. Senators Moreno, Hansen. Please add the President. With 20 ayes, 15 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Amendment 006 is adopted. Will the clerk please read Amendment 007 to the Committee of the Whole?
Thank you.
Amendment 007 to Committee of the Whole.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move the Cal Amendment 007.
To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you, members. I'm hovering in for one last plea to save our good forest lands and so forth for this helicopter. I realize it's expensive. There's no free lunch, but the old adage, you know, you can pay me now or you can pay me later. This is a pay me now that will save us money. That it's an asset that we can phase in here in a couple of years. This will more than pay for itself, probably in just one wildfire. This Firehawk is an incredible piece of machinery and technology that will tremendously help our first responders in the forests, and I respectfully ask for an aye vote. This will pay for itself many times over. Thank you very much.
Is there further discussion? Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this relates to Amendment 21 in your packet. So I know that's getting confusing. This is Amendment 21. And I would request a no vote. We did purchase, as we all know, one Firehawk helicopter that was in the supplemental package that was recommended by the Joint Budget Committee. Again, colleagues, I think this is, we did what we could. There's an important balance to maintain between fire mitigation and fire suppression. Plus, I think California bought all the rest that were available.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. To answer a question that was asked earlier in our caucus hearing, the Firehawk is the firefighting equivalent of the military's Black Hawk helicopter, but with firefighting equipment attached to it instead of military equipment attached to it. It's very cool, but $18 million when we have such incredible need in our state, especially in our public schools, is not what we should be spending this money on here today. I ask for a no vote.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, members, I appreciate that, but one wildfire alone, like we saw last year, and we had 3 or 4 major ones, is hundreds of millions of dollars. So I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 007 to the Committee of the Whole. Are there any no votes? Senators Rankin, Kolker, Zenzinger, Winter, Lee, Buckner, Janal, Rodriguez, Gonzalez, Hawkins Lewis, Donovan, Fields, Coleman, Bridges, Moreno, Hansen, Please have the president. Majority Leader. With 17 aye votes, 18 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Amendment 007 is lost. Will the clerk please read Amendment 008 to the committee of the whole?
Amendment 008 to the committee of the whole. Senator Cook moves to amend the report of the committee of the whole to show that the following Cook Floor Amendment 009, Amendment 22 to Senate Bill 205 did pass.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cal Amendment 008.
To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the body cam bill. You know, we pass laws down here and don't have any idea what programs are going to cost, so we only allocated $3 million for 13,000 plus law enforcement officers throughout the state. I've mentioned some of the costs earlier, but since that time, I've received some text messages. Arapahoe County Sheriff's Office alone is going to be spending $2.4 million on body cams. Jefferson County, $1.2 million. Larimer County, $1.98 million. Those are just 3 agencies, when we have over 260 law enforcement agencies in the state trying to buy body cameras. So this amendment would increase from $3 million to $6 million for the body camera grant program, and I'd ask for an aye vote to help out these law enforcement agencies in these counties.
Is there further discussion? Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this relates to Amendment 22 in your packet. I request a no vote.
Having no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 008 to the committee of the whole. Are there any no votes? Senators Rankin, Hawkins Lewis, Lee, Buckner, Gonzalez, Rodriguez, Janal, Donovan, Coleman, Colker, Moreno, Hanson, the Majority Leader, Bridges. Please add the President. With 20 ayes, 15 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Amendment 008 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 009?
Amendment 009 to the committee of the whole report. Senator Woodward moved to amend the report of the committee of the whole to show that the following Woodward Floor Amendment J028, Amendment number 25 to Senate Bill 205 did pass.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cal Amendment 9.
To the amendment, Senator.
Colleagues, this was originally Amendment 25, as you can see in front of you. And if you recall, we had some discussion about one of the most important pieces of the economic recovery of our state is to make sure that things like tourism, ag, and recreation, we can get them back on their feet. So this amendment puts money into very specific areas to help with recovery. Specifically, we're trying to fix Highway 119 near Boulder, I-70 in Wheat Ridge in Arvada, I-25 through Pueblo, and a whole list of projects up in the Delta, Blue Mesa, Lake City, Leadville, Vail, Hotchkiss, Crawford, Gunnison, Poncha Springs, and Salida areas. I'd ask for a yes vote so that we can get some of our roads and bridges fixed in some of those important areas so that we can recover.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment 009 to the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Hawkins Lewis, Rankin, Winter, Pedersen, Danielson, Senzinger, Lee, Buckner, Coleman, Story, Colker, Janal, Rodriguez, Gonzalez, Fields, Donovan, Majority Leader, Bridges, Moreno, Hanson. Please add the President. With 14 aye votes, 21 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Amendment 009 is lost. Will the clerk please read Amendment 010 to the committee of the whole report?
Amendment 010 to the Committee of the Whole report. Senator Crookmeyer moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Senator Crookmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cow Amendment 010.
To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you. Members, this amendment is referring to amendment number 24, which, to remind you all, is to appropriate $149,550,000 to the State Highway Supplementary Fund. I would just remind you all again that the list of projects that was in this amendment honors the process. These are projects that were approved by the Transportation Commission to be in their 10-year strategic pipeline of projects. We are simply advancing projects that are within years 1 through 4. Members, we have one of the most healthiest state budgets in the last 20 years. If not now, when? Look at quorum. That's Senator, the good senator from Montrose. Let's show the people of Colorado we are serious about maintaining and building our transportation system. Let's put our money where we have to work for Colorado. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. And colleagues, I would encourage a no vote on this Cow amendment. We just want to make sure that folks know that just because the reserve is at 13.5% does not make our budget one of the healthiest in the country. The reality is that that is there to guard against significant uncertainty that is coming, that we can expect. There is, at some point, actually in December, the federal public health order will expire. At that time, we will see a huge, colleagues, need for general fund to cover the Medicaid portions that the federal government is covering now. Those are things that are on the horizon that we need to be prepared for.
Having no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 010 to the Committee of the Whole. Are there any no votes? Senators Hawkes Lewis, Rankin, Zenzinger, Winter, Danielson, Lee, Pedersen, Story, Rodriguez, Kolker, Janal, Buckner, Coleman, Gonzalez, Fields, the Majority Leader, Donovan, Bridges, Hanson, Moreno. Please add the President. With 14 aye votes, 21 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Amendment 010 is lost. Will the clerk please read Amendment 011 to the Committee of the Whole report?
Amendment 011 to the Committee of the Whole report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cow Amendment 011.
To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you. This is the amendment where Highway 92 in where we, excuse me, I got distracted to this. Lady came up. This Highway 92, $3.5 million. It's the death loop. I'm sure she was here to talk about the coroner, but you know, he happens to be a good friend of mine, and you can actually trust what the coroner says. I'm going to tell you, he's the last guy in the world to let you down over there. But this is important. This is public safety. Deaths, and deaths. Ask for an aye vote. $3.5 million.
Is there further discussion? Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this relates to Amendment 31 in your packet. I encourage a no vote.
Having no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 001 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Rankin, Fields, Janal, Story, Winter, Lee, Pedersen, Buckner, Gonzalez, Kolker. Senator Fields, I have you recorded as a no. Rodriguez. Senator Rodriguez, I have you recorded as a no. Coleman, Bridges, Hawkes Lewis, Hanson, Moreno. Majority Leader. Please have the President. Please add Senator Danielson. With 16 aye votes, 19 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Amendment 001 is lost. Will the clerk please read Amendment 013?
Amendment 013 to the Committee of the Whole Report.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move 013. This is $6 million. We're talking about passing lanes on Blue Mesa. So if you recall, if you happen to be in the room when we talked about this earlier, Highway 50 between Montrose and Gunnison, which is the Blue Mesa Canyon, is going to be closed starting Monday for 19 hours a day for 2 years. No traffic. You have one-way traffic, 6:30 to 8:30 in the morning, 12:30 to 1:30, and 5:30 to 7:30. So it makes absolutely perfect sense to add this project, $6 million, to that project where you've already got the traffic stopped. I think it's a matter of common sense. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this relates to Amendment 32 in your packet. I encourage a no vote.
Having no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 013 to the Committee of the Whole Report. Are there any no votes? Senators Rankin, Zenzinger, Danielson, Winter, Pedersen, Lee, Story, Janal, Buckner, Colker, Rodriguez, Hawkes Lewis, Fields, Gonzalez, the Majority Leader, Coleman, Bridges, Moreno, Hanson. Please add the President. With 15 aye votes, 20 no votes, no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, that amendment is lost. Will the clerk please read Amendment 014?
Amendment 014 to the Committee of the Whole Report.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cal Amendment 014.
To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you. This pertains to amendment number 37, which was paving making some passing lanes east of Salida, for those of you that may have missed that earlier. This is our chance for a doable amount of money to save lives, put people to work in rural Colorado, and enhance a major east-west corridor in Colorado. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this relates to Amendment 37 in your packet. I encourage a no vote.
Having no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 014. Are there any no votes? Senators Hawkes Lewis, Rankin, Danielson, Winter, Story, Zenzinger, Pedersen, Lee, Buckner, Janal, Colker, Rodriguez, Fields, Gonzalez, Coleman, the Majority Leader, Bridges, Hanson, Moreno. Please add the President. With 15 aye votes, 20 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Amendment 014 is lost. Will the clerk please read Amendment 015?
Amendment 015 to the Committee of the Whole Report. Senator Sonnenberg moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Sonnenberg floor amendment J013, Amendment 38 to Senate Bill 21205 did pass.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President, for waking me up from my nap, apparently.
I move Cal 15.
To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you, members. This is the amendment about the Capital Development Committee and the capital funding. Let me be a little more specific now on what we're doing. We have eliminated the mechanical systems portion, and understand in Greeley, University of Northern Colorado, we've been fighting trying to get them their upgrades, their mechanical systems, their sewer, all of that stuff. $3.7 million there. One of the other focuses of capital development has been to try and help higher ed put out healthcare workers. So we have made priorities such as in Metro State College for a health institute, $7.2 million. And down in Pueblo, at Pueblo Community College, medical technology for a mere $600,000. The Joint Budget Committee chose not to fund those and fund the out-year costs, as well as turning an overhead power line into an underground power line. Replacing electrical transformers that aren't bad, they're just older, and they'd like newer ones. Replace roofs, even though they don't leak, because they think it's time to replace roofs. Here's the great one. They also, instead of funding those projects, want to fund changing the irrigation system for a lawn at a state building. That's on the list now instead of those buildings. Here's what's others concerning to me. We on capital development have tried to spread that money throughout the state. As you can see, you look at Greeley, you look at Pueblo, we've done some things in other parts of the state. The new from the Joint Budget Committee has now made this a Denver-Boulder-centric capital development list. What they changed was Community College of Denver, they boosted their money of a $30 million project and gave them $15 million of that, even though they didn't ask for it. The interesting part is, University of Colorado at Boulder has a $35 million project, and with the change the Joint Budget Committee made, they get all $35 million. That truly has changed the dynamics of what we have done with the Capital Development Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking you to honor what the Capital Development Committee did as they tried to provide those resources for healthcare, as they tried to spread the money throughout the state of Colorado, and not make this a Denver-Boulder-centric capital development list. Ask for your aye vote on Amendment 15.
Is there further discussion? Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I thoroughly reject that characterization of what we've done here. We added Trinidad, we added Pueblo projects in the order that the CDC put them on the list. We took the chance to do what we should do every single year, which is make sure we cover controlled maintenance 1 and 2. These are not just like to have or would be nice to have maintenance projects. It's not because the transformer is old, it's because it's on the verge of failure. That's why it's on controlled maintenance 1 and 2 list. We cannot build the next new thing before we take care of our existing buildings. That is not a good way to run the railroad, folks. That's why we took these steps to make sure we're covering maintenance costs, and we did it in the order that CDC requested. We added more projects on Tier 2. We added Trinidad. We added Pueblo projects. And we covered the out-year costs of projects that the CDC put in Tier 1. Let's be clear. They were in Tier 1. And we were presented a list that had $110 million of out-year costs that we're going to be basically tied to. And we moved some of those costs into this fiscal year so that we don't have a massive liability in the coming 2 fiscal years. That is sound financial management. That is taking care of your existing buildings before you get to add the next new project. That's what we presented in the long bill. We did it in conjunction with the CDC. We did it in the order that they put forward. This is not a metro-centric list. We've covered projects all over the state, and we've balanced the need for maintenance with the ability to do new projects. I urge a no vote on this Cal amendment.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. And colleagues, I will encourage a no vote on this amendment as well. I don't think it's fair to call this a Denver-Boulder-centric list, because the reality is, with the additional money that we freed up, we moved further down the Tier 2 list. We got to Pueblo Community College, and we got to Lamar Community College because of those additional resources. Those aren't in Denver or Boulder. So I don't think that's a fair characterization. What we did do is prepay the out-year costs of what we've already committed ourselves to. That is, they were in Tier 1. They are over multiple phases. What we did do is, I believe, do the fiscally sound thing, which is to take care of our obligations in the out years, given the fact that we still are facing economic uncertainty and uncertainty in the budget.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I'm talking about the changes that was made by the JBC makes it a Denver-centric list. But let's just talk about those that, and let's be clear also. He said they went in order. That's not true either. Controlled maintenance, line item 24. They stopped funding at line item 19. So they moved line item 24 up in front of line 20. So they didn't follow the order. But let's talk about the money they're talking about. When they talk about spreading money throughout the state, Lamar Community College, $1.9 million. Trinidad Junior College, $6.2 million. I don't remember what else he talked about outside of Denver. But here, let me reemphasize. CU Boulder, $35 million. Not that I'm against CU Boulder, but to fund their entire project at the expense of some of those others that I listed for you, because we sat for 3 days and listened to all the presentations from both state agencies and higher ed, so we could put up a priority list. This is the list that we put together after those hearings. If somebody lobbied to change that list, take it for what it's worth, but I'm asking for a yes vote.
Having no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 015 to the Committee Whole Report. Are there any no votes? Senators Rankin, Hawkins Lewis, Danielson, Kolker, Story, Janal, Zenzinger, Winter, Rodriguez, Coleman, Fields, Pedersen, Donovan, Buckner, Lee, Gonzalez, Bridges, the Majority Leader, Hanson, Moreno. Please add the President. With 14 aye votes, 21 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Amendment 015 is lost. Will the clerk please read Amendment 001?
Amendment 001 to the Cal report.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move 001. I apologize for taking my mask off, but frankly, I fear I might hyperventilate, and I'm not sure anybody here would revive me. Thank you. If you have kids or grandkids, listen up. Otherwise, you might not care. What we're asking for in this amendment is $5 million of the $100 million that was put into the Department of Education. I'm told that, well, you know, stimulus funds could probably cover this later. So why not? Let's pass the bill now and replace it with stimulus funds later. My good sponsor talked about Jeffco County, the cost of transportation. But the fact is, of 178 school districts, and I mentioned this to you earlier, the extra cleaning costs from my district alone, our district, Montrose High School, RE1J, is $141,000. If you take 178 school districts into $5 million, that's $28,000 per school district. Not a lot of cash. Not a lot of cash. 0.005% of the rainy day fund. So, you know, you remind me of the old lady that would not buy groceries. She would not eat because she had to save her money. She died of starvation. It's time to talk about school buses, shortages. School buses are hard to get drivers for. But for more than 20 years, the National Traffic Safety Administration and DOT have been tracking injuries, accidents, and fatalities of children that travel to and from school using methods other than a school bus. The fact that students are 70 times more likely to be injured or killed on their way to or from school if they use any other mode of transportation. We talk about shooting industries, injuries, deaths in schools. But the child who gets ran over crossing a crosswalk when they probably should have been on the school bus makes the nightly news and is forgotten by all those except that parent that lost that child. That parent never forgets that loss. I talked about Dr. Michael Cardona. Connecticut passed 10 years ago a bill that outlaws the use of toxins in our schools because of the constant harm that pesticides pose to students, staff, and the environment. 10 years later, it's still working. The fact is, there's no reason to poison the environment and endanger health and safety of our children, our students, and our staff. This amendment proposes to simply provide a test budget for schools who wish to use FDA, EPA, CDC, list in approved broad-spectrum disinfectant. The amendment would make possible to kill all the pathogens that can concern our students, our school bus drivers, and especially our parents, so we can get our kids back to school in the safest possible way. Facts about sustainable hypochlorous acid. It's producing our own white blood cells to fight infection. It does not need to be wiped off at all, making the school bus drivers much easier. It dissolves into a saline solution. In fact, it is so devoid of risk that it's approved by the FDA in eye drops to kill pink eye, and mouthwash to kill gingivitis, and nationally by EPA to kill COVID-19. Hospital grade disinfectants, food grade. The active ingredient your own body makes. And we're afraid to say, wow, we can't spend $5 million out of that. That's marijuana tax funds. Even though we could replace them at a later date with stimulus funds. Does not make any sense to me. We're talking a product that's made by several companies. It's out there, it's available, and certainly would save our schools a lot of money, get our kids back in school, and be safe. For $5 million, you're saying, I don't want this. I would rather use toxins. Wipe that bus down with some toxins. You know, it's just a kid. Give me a break. Is this really what we have come to? Do we sit back and say, well, that doesn't fit into this little slot, so we can't do that? Kids aren't that important. Teachers aren't that important. If not now, when? I'm going to say this once again. If not now, when? And I've often said it's not always easy to do the right thing. But I'm going to tell you right now, protecting our children, getting the toxins out of their system is the right thing. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Senator Zenzinger.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I have carried several school safety bills with my co-sponsor here, and as you can see, he's very passionate about this subject. We did notice that during COVID, our school bus safety was an issue. One of the benefits that we have learned from mask wearing, however, is that other incidents of health, such as flu and other contagious types of illnesses, have actually gone down. Those illnesses will come back once we stop using masks because of COVID. And so the benefit of this program carries over into the future. It doesn't just help us now, protecting our kids from a very dangerous disease, but it actually protects our kids into the future as well. So I would ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. And colleagues, you won't see a corresponding amendment for this Cow amendment in the long bill amendment package because, as many of you know, we write the long bill to current law. And the reality is that this Cow amendment creates a new program. So it couldn't be run through the long bill because it's creating a new program that has no basis in state law currently. That's why you see it as an amendment to Senate Bill 208 instead. And as I explained earlier, colleagues, Senate Bill 208 is a total of 10 lines. And all it is transferring $100 million from the general fund to the state education fund. But this is a multi-page amendment that creates a new program that I believe does fall outside the scope of the title of that bill. I didn't ask for a title ruling, but I will still encourage your no vote at this time. I do think there are other funding streams that are available. Maybe it's federal dollars, Maybe it's some of the state stimulus dollars, but either way, it doesn't belong in this bill. Perhaps it does belong in a bill like the School Finance Act or its own independent bill that creates this pilot program. But for Senate Bill 208, I don't think it is appropriate for this bill, and I request no vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 001. Are there any no votes? Senators Winter, Buckner, Lee, Pedersen, Danielson, Story, Gonzalez, Colker, Fields, Donovan, Majority Leader, Bridges, Coleman, Rankin, Hawkins Lewis, Hanson, Moreno. Please have the president. With 17 aye votes, 18 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Amendment 001 is lost. The question before the body is adoption of the committee whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 205 is amended, Senate Bill 211, Senate Bill 215, Senate Bill 218 is amended, Senate Bill 219, Senate Bill 222, Senate Bill 223, Senate Bill 224, as amended, Senate Bill 228, as amended, Senate Bill 208, Senate Bill 225, passed on second reading, ordered and grossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1102 as amended, House Bill 1097, passed on second reading, ordered, revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 177, Senate Bill 061, Senate Bill 072, Senate Bill 173, Senate Bill 116, House Bill 1106, laid over until 4/9/21, and retaining their place on the calendar. Consideration of governor's appointments consent calendar. Will the clerk please read all the appointments listed on the consent calendar?
Members of the Colorado Traumatic Brain Injury Trust Fund Board, effective June 30, 2020, for terms expiring June 30, 2023. Renee Charlotte Smith of Centennial, Colorado, appointed. Daniel Lindbergh of Denver, Colorado, appointed.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the confirmation of all of the members on the consideration of governor's appointments consent calendar, which includes members of the Colorado Traumatic Brain Injury Trust Fund Board.
The motion is for the confirmation of all the appointments listed on the consent calendar, which includes those referenced by the Majority Leader. Is there any discussion on any of those appointments? Seeing none, are there any no votes on any of the confirmations under the consent calendar? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, all of those appointments are confirmed. Message from the reviser.
April 8th, we herewith transmit without comment House Bills 1116, 1133, 1173, 1235, without comment as amended House Bills 1006, 1084, 1095, 1099, 1136, 1139, 1181, 1207, 1224, and 1236.
Signing bills.
April 9th, the President has signed Senate Bills 96, 102, and 122.
Message to the Governor.
April 8th, Colorado Senate, honorable members of the Colorado Senate, pursuant to the authority vested in the office of the Governor of the State of Colorado, I have the honor to inform you that I have approved and filed with the Secretary of State the following acts. Senate Bill 70, County Authority to Register Businesses, approved on Wednesday, April 7, 2021 at 6:10 p.m.
Delivery to the Governor.
April 8th, to the Governor for signature on Thursday, April 8th at 8:30 a.m. Senate Bills 12, 26, 73, 78, 121, 141, and 157.
Announcements. Senator Gonzalez.
So, Mr. President, I want to just appreciate everyone and their good work. I want to extend my commendations as well to the Minority Caucus chair as well. And collectively, we were able to, I think, speak to everyone on the floor and ask them what time they thought we would finish our work today. There was some discrepancy and some question as to whether we were talking about the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report and the long bill or gaveling out. And so given that and given the proximity in time, I'm going to call and appreciate the two individuals who got closest. I want to appreciate the good senator from Weld County, Senator Kirkmeyer, who guessed 4:21 p.m. And I also want to appreciate, because we gavelled out and adopted the committee report on second readings at 4:26 p.m. and Senator Rodriguez for the good senator from Denver for when we're about to adjourn right here at 4:30. And so, hey!
Mr. Minority
And with
Leader.
that, I want to thank y'all for all of your good work, and I want to thank and appreciate everybody for all that you do.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having understood this to be the time that we would adjourn, I would request an hour of personal privilege.
Senator Gonzalez.
Well, in that case, I would request an hour and about 12 minutes of personal privilege.
Further announcements. Having no other announcements, members, we truly want to thank you for all your work, the staff, the Joint Budget Committee staff, the members of the Joint Budget Committee, each and every one of you, thank you for your work. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn until tomorrow at 9 a.m., April 9th.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will stand in adjournment until 0900 hours on Friday, April 9th, 2021.